Chair, the next minutes that we have is of 2 February 2023, that is this year. Briefing by the Department of Home Affairs, IEC, and Parliament Legal Service on submission received on electoral bill and committee deliberations. Chair.
Members, these are the minutes on the 2nd of Mr. Martin, go up.
Move for the adoption.
A mover for the adoption.
Second, Chairperson.
Seconder, Honorable Mulekwa.
Okay.
Any objection? Any objection? Thank you. The minutes carried. The second minute.
Okay. The second, this thing is not right. Okay, Chair. The 7th February is a recap by the content advisor on the responses by the Department, IEC, Parliament Legal Service on the electoral amendment bill, and also the briefing by the Department of Home Affairs and Parliament Legal Service on legislative process to introduce executive and a committee bill respectively. So you'll recall here, this is where we invited the department and as well as legal service to go through the process of executive and a committee bill to do consequential amendments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. Can you go through the recommendation? I want to. Yesterday when I was going through, I checked something I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want me to go through the resolutions?
No. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. I was going through the 6.1 yesterday. I'm not sure what does it mean, Mr. Matuns. I think it was not captured proper. I'm sure members will guide. What my understanding was that the decision which was taken. Okay.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Pile.
Yes, Chair. No, that first statement is very vague because it doesn't speak to what those decisions may have been if there was. But I don't recall decisions on the electoral amendment bill after it was already signed. So yeah, there couldn't have been any decisions.
Mr. Matuns and Mr. Adams, what is your reading on the 6.1 before we assist you?
I just want to. I think could be the committee deliberate on the submission on the issue of 20%. All committee members except the EFF agree that the 20% threshold should be lowered to 15%. And then Ms. Modise and Pierre move for the adoption of the decision, and Ms. Van der Merwe seconded that. I think we were covering some of the issues that were agreed on that day.
Yes, Chairperson. Also that the panel would need to, the electoral panel would need to start within 4 months after the passing of the act, which was agreed to in the end. So we can put those 2 recommendations in the final recommendations there.
Okay, but what I'm trying to assist you is that if that's 6.1, if you put it like that, because the minutes are recorded. The next person who's going to read these minutes, do you think it's unlike 6.2, 6.34. I think I clearly articulate. I'm not sure whether you get my our guidance on 6.1, Mr. Matonsi, on how you must craft it.
No, I do understand. Do you want me to delete the 6.1 or you want it to be framed somehow?
Yes, Chairperson, we can delete that and replace it with those two recommendations, the specific recommendations.
Yeah, because the point that we're reading there, point number 4, is already been carried and outlined. So you may confuse the next team that's going to deal with these minutes, and also the inclusion on the legacy report. It may not be clearer on what you want to, what was the decision. But as it's covered here, I think it's properly articulated. Okay, I think with those amendments, is there any other point, members, on this area before we call for move for the adoption?
I think there was a hand from Mr. Ross.
Honorable Ross?
No, Chair, I was covered by what you said. I had the same concern, but you've addressed it.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Ross and Honorable Pillay for the guidance. Can I invite or move for the adoption of the minutes as amended?
I'll move for the adoption, Chair.
Thank you,
Move for
Honorable.
adoption, Chairperson.
Seconded. Thank you, Honorable Molepa, for seconding. Any objection? No objection. The minutes are carried as amended. Mr. Matonsi, can you move the third minutes?
Okay. It will take some time. This thing did not.
No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just looking for the 8th of February.
It's your time, so if you it's 10 to 9, we'll adjourn the meeting.
No, it's like this system today. I don't know what it did. It just mixed up all the minutes the way they were. Okay. Yeah, minutes of 8 February 2023. This was a briefing by the State Law Advisor on the seal list of the Electoral Amendment Bill and consideration and adoption of the seal list on the Electoral Bill.
Thank you, Honorable Matonsi, Mr. Matonsi. Members, these are the minutes of the 8th. Can I invite comments? If there's none, can I invite move for the adoption?
Chair, move for adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Khwase. Any seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Any objection? The minutes are carried. Can you move for the 4th one?
Okay. This is 10 February, Chair. Close by close deliberation on the bill. Consideration and adoption of the report on the electoral bill.
Any comments, members, for the minutes? Can I invite or move out for the adoption?
I move for the adoption, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khwase. Any seconder?
I second, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile. Any objection? Thank you. The minutes are carried. Can you move for the 5th minutes.
Yeah, Chair. Chair, minutes of 21st February. This is where the content advisor briefed the committee on the state of the nation, addressed by the president, and on the impact of the work of the committee and the department. This was after SONA.
Thank you, members. Any comments? Thank you. Can I invite mover for the adoption?
I'll move for the adoption, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Any second?
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Any objection? No objection. The minutes are carried.
Okay. It's 28 February 2023. Briefing by the Department of Home Affairs, BMA, IEC, Government Printing Work on the budget allocations. This was after the budget speech. We invited the Home Affairs portfolio to brief us on their budget.
Thank you, members. Any comment on the minutes?
Chairperson.
Honorable Ross?
Yeah, just one comment on the minutes. Under 7.2, I think at the end we had asked the secretary to check whether the GPW report had been submitted to SCOPA. There was a question about that. I didn't see it appearing in the minutes. I just think it's an important matter for minuting, because we'd resolved as a committee that the report be submitted to SCOPA, and then I'd asked about it, and then it was resolved that Eddie will follow up on it.
Okay, so I indicated that I should include it under committee resolution.
Yes, just to say, secretary to check whether GPW report has been submitted to SCOPA.
Did we not resolve that the committee must refer the matter to SCOPA? How will they?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, we said the committee must write a letter to SCOPA, Mr. Matonzi.
Yeah.
To look on the issues of the GPW, because if they just submit without what do you call, without any indication of yeah. I think it was in relation to this what do you call it? Loss of, yeah, list of data and related matters around that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. With those amendments, members, can you move for the adoption?
I'll move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Any seconder?
Seconded, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malekwa.
Yeah.
Any objection? No objection. Minutes are carried. Can you move for the 7th? Is the 7th minutes, Mr. Martins?
Yeah. 7 minutes. Chair, this is 7 March 2023. We considered and adopted outstanding minutes briefing by Minister of Home Affairs and Commissioner Border Management Authority on the operationalization of the entity, briefing by the Minister of Home Affairs on the 22 Afghan nationals seeking asylum in South Africa, and then update on the registration of Muslim marriage, and update on the study tour, update on the strategic planning workshop, update on the filling of vacancy of the IEC. Those are the issues that were dealt with on that day.
Thank you. Comments, members, on the minutes? Can I invite for move for the adoption?
Yeah, move for the adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Second.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khwase. Any objection? No objection. Minutes are carried.
Chairperson, 14 March 2023, we considered outstanding minutes, and then there was a letter of consideration of the letter on naturalization and the ATC, briefing by the Department of Home Affairs on plans to address backlog on immigration permits, civic service, refugee appeals, and then that's all, Chairperson.
Any comments, members?
Chairperson,
No, Ross.
just on item 8.3 and 8.4.
Okay.
I just wanted to check whether we did receive those reports.
8 point, okay.
Item 6.
8.3 and 8.4, the Lubisi and the Vulindlela.
No, the Lubisi report is the one that the committee was briefed last year.
Oh, is that the one we're going to discuss now?
The permit, the Lubisi report, my understanding is the permitting issue, the permit report that were given last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but we had asked for the report itself because we received a PowerPoint presentation on the report, but we didn't receive the report.
Okay, no, I'll make a follow-up. I can't remember if we did receive it, but I'll make a follow-up.
Yeah, because after that presentation, we received the PowerPoint or something, which isn't particularly helpful. And then we'd asked for the report. And then also the Vulindlela report.
Okay. The Vulindlela report, we have not yet received it. So the two, I'll make a follow-up so that we'll get them today, this week.
Okay.
Okay, I think what do we discuss in that meeting, and I think there was a strong argument from the ministry, which but finally agreed that the PowerPoint report that was submitted, the report that we require is a detailed report, and the ministry were submitting to the committee that they will be investigating, or they're investigating, and that report entails names and possible allegation attached to the officials. And once it's released, now it's become public report. where the department may be interdicted on this and the other. I think that was our understanding of the report. But what we can do, Mr. Matons, to follow up, because the report was presented sometime in yeah, so we need to get the two, just check with the department on the two reports. I've read their what do you call the presentation they're going to do today, and there's a movement around people who have been taken to task. So clearly, we may need to be properly be favored with the report. I think let's agree that follow up on the two, and in the next meeting, then we'll get a report on how far you've went with the department. Thank you. Can we move for the adoption?
I move for the adoption, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Mover, seconded.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Any objection? No objection. The minutes are carried. Can you move for the?
Okay.
Yes.
Oh. Chairperson, this is minutes of the meeting held on 18 April. Minutes were adopted there, briefing by the Department of Home Affairs on General Laws Amendment Policy and Decision on the Executive Committee Bill. Briefing by the Minister of Home Affairs on Tababesa as identity. Consideration of the budget vote report of the Department of Home Affairs and annual business plan of the committee.
Okay, can you go to the recommendation again so that we check the same matter we're discussing earlier on? I think we received the report on this one. Eh?
Yeah, the Tababesa one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was sent over to members.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, members. Any comments?
Chairperson?
Ross?
Chairperson, there's just there's one thing missing here. I'm not sure whether it goes under deliberations. It probably goes under deliberations. But I'd ask the minister at that stage to clarify. I'd clarified section 6.1 of the Citizenship Act. According to that, the Guptas have lost their citizenship. And I asked the minister whether he had issued a retention of citizenship before they got their citizenship of Vanuatu. And he'd responded to say he wasn't aware, that they had not been made aware that they'd taken on another citizenship. So that has not been minuted anywhere.
Okay.
But it's a very important response in the light of whether the Guptas are indeed South African citizens or not at this point in time.
Okay.
What I recall is that he firmly said they are carrying this South African citizenship. I'm not sure whether that is what you're referring to.
Yes, Chair, he'd said that. And then I said that I quoted 6.1 of the Citizenship Act, whereby via a voluntary act, they accept another citizenship without first applying for a retention of citizenship. And then I asked him, did they apply for a retention of citizenship? Because otherwise they have automatically lost their citizenship. And then the response was that they'd not been informed as yet of this, and so it would have to be checked out.
Okay. Because I'm trying to have a way to deal with this matter so that both comments of Honorable Ross and his clarity of that response and the minister's response are not captured wrongly. And I'm not sure how we'll deal with that. It's important statement to be minuted. And we may not minute something that is not have been, we may find the minister has not dealt with that matter. I'm not sure how we'll handle it.
Chairperson, can I come in, please?
Honorable Kanyele?
Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to make a suggestion that why don't we refer these minutes to next week and allow Eddie to go to the recordings so that he can be able to capture correctly everything that was discussed on this day on this particular issue. That is my suggestion, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. Members, this is a suggestion from Honorable Kanyele. And I think it's sound. You can take us forward. Okay. If
Yes,
there's no
Chair.
objection, if no objection on the matter, Honorable, Mr. Matonzi.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, go refer to the detail on this matter and then minute it. Then we'll deal with this minutes of the, is it 20, what?
Yeah, in April.
Yeah, in the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll request that you check on the recording, and then you also invite the chairperson to listen to the recording so that we have a fair, balanced report on these minutes. Is it fine?
No, it's fine, Chair. We'll do that.
Okay, thank you. We'll refer these minutes to the next. Can you move to the last minutes?
Mm.
Mr. Martin, it's already 9 o'clock.
Yeah, but we've only left with 3 sets of minutes. Chairperson is 2nd of May, consideration of an adoption of the outstanding minutes, briefing by Mr. Hendricks on the registration of Muslim marriages. Then there was a response by the minister. There was a consideration and adoption of the budget vote report and the annual business plan. Yeah, that's all, Chairperson.
Can you go to the recommendations?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Chairperson. 999.
No, I think it's fine. I've been informed that the team or the minister and the Honorable Hendricks will be meeting today, or they've met, but I've been informed that they'll be meeting this week, probably today or yesterday, to deal with this matter. I think we'll get a response in the next tabling of this item. Members, any comment before we consider the minutes? Thank you. Mover for the adoption. I'm inviting mover for the adoption of the minutes.
Lekwase moves, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khwase. Any seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ross.
Okay. Chair, this is minutes of 5 May. where the Minister of Home Affairs briefed the committee on the UAE president landing in the Eastern Cape. This was a special meeting on a Friday.
Thank you, members. Comments on the minutes?
I move for the adoption, Chair.
Move of the adoption, seconder.
Seconded, Chair.
In objection? Thank you, Honourable Pillay. No objection, minutes are carried. Mr. Matonsi, can you read the last minutes?
Okay, yeah. The last minutes is the one for 9 May, which is the last week. We adopted the outstanding minutes. They were briefed by the Department on ABIS and Biometric Movement Control System. And then the Minister of Home Affairs also briefed us on the consequential amendments to the Electoral Amendment Bill. That was the Chair.
Thank you. Can you go to recommendations? Okay, thank you, members. Any comments?
Chairperson,
Ross?
there's just two typos. So 6.7.
6.7.
After 4, it should be months.
Oh, yeah, okay.
4 months after the president. And then 6.8. So the committee indicated the members were unable to engage in the discussions because the documents on consequential amendments were submitted late. So add the word amendments after consequential.
Oh,
So with that, Chair, I'd move for adoption.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ross, for the comments. Move for the adoption. Seconder.
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Khwase. Any objection? No objection, the minutes are carried. Mr. Matonzi, I consider that all are the minutes that we were supposed to adopt today.
yeah, it's only one set of the 18th of April, and then we are all otherwise we are up to date now.
Okay. We can stand off this item. Mr. Matonzi?
Yes, you can. I'm just going to the agenda.
Okay, have you accepted all the colleagues?
Yeah, no, let me just, I was accepting them, but I see that there are about 9 now.
Okay, let's resume at 10 past, what time is that? Yeah, 10 past 9.
All right, okay.
So that you accept all the stakeholders. Thank you. quarterly reports from the Auditor General. Morning, the Minister, Deputy Minister, the DG, and all your officials, the team Auditor General. You're all welcome. Honorable members, we have now dealt with the item number 3 in relation to the outstanding minutes, and we've considered them. We'll now allow Mr. Matonsi to render item number 2. I will also invite the Minister to introduce, if any apologies to render, and the Auditor General, if there is any apologies to render. Mr. Matonsi?
Chairperson, from my side, I don't have an apology except of Mr. van der Merwe, who has indicated that no, she should be joining a bit late. That's all, Chairperson, from my side.
Is Mr. van der Merwe or Ms. van der Merwe?
No, Ms. van der Merwe, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Matonsi. Minister?
Morning, Chairperson, morning, honorable members. I'm sure you want us to introduce and give apologies. I'm not aware of any. I want the DG to introduce the people he's with in the committee.
Thank you, Minister. DG?
Morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, and to the honorable members from our side. Chairperson, we joined by the DDG responsible for operations, Mr. Tulani Mavuso, and also DDG responsible for civics, Mr. Thomas Sigama, the CFO, Mr. Gordon Hollambi, acting DDG for HR, Metampane Molifes-Fanyetso, and then Advocate Constance Mwite, responsible for counter-corruption and security services. There's just one apology from our side for acting DDG, responsible for immigration, Mr. Yusuf Simons, who's attending to a foreign office matter. And then from the ministry, we're joined by the Chief of Staff, Mudupi, Maisala Kamdluli, Sia Koza, Kaya Gazi, Darcy, and then Muzi Njogo from our side, and also Riaz Musa. So that's the team from Home Affairs, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Auditor General, team.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to the honorable members of the committee. I am Pumrani Rabonda, Deputy Business Unit Leader for the unit responsible for the audit of Home Affairs data portfolio. I am accompanied by Numtanda Zandlovu, who is also the Deputy Business Unit Leader. She was overseeing the audit of government printing works. We have got Bongo Musa Tavete, who is also in charge of the audit of our government printing works. We're expecting to be joined by Rufuno Mbadi, who is in charge of the audit of Home Affairs as well. And then also Ritsivile, who is in charge of the IT audit for both Home Affairs and also government printing works. We're then also accompanied by Zizipo, who is the parliamentary liaison between us and the committee. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I establish, Minister, whether we have with us the any CEO of Government Printing Works or any official?
Yes, I saw the CFO here.
Okay.
Maybe I saw the CFO on the screen, Mr. Ian van der Merwe and Mr. Guben Mutli, who is responsible for,
Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All the apologies have been noted. We'll now invite the Minister to introduce the item number 4, and then we'll come to Auditor General on item number 5.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chairperson. We also invited the AGSA. I'm not sure if they are in the meeting. If you can check.
Oh, sorry. Can I check the IEC? I've checked earlier on, they were not in the meeting, but can I check? Okay, we'll indicate when they've joined, Mr. Matonzi. Yeah. Minister, you can proceed.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you very much. We are going to present to you Q3 and Q4 reports for 2022-23 financial years. I think I will prefer that the DG start right away to present the report. And if there's any need, I'll make the comments after he has done so. But I'll also participate when members interrogate the report. Thank you very much. Let me allow the DG to go on because it's quite a long report, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. Director General.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Through you, if I'll be allowed just to switch off the video. This is just a picture to establish presence because of connectivity issues. So, Chairperson, we're presenting the DHA quarterly performance report for Q3 and Q4. Mozi, are we able to flight the presentation?
Is it visible, DJ?
No, it's not visible. Just open it from your side. Thank you. If we can have that on a slide mode, Mozi, I've already indicated we're presenting the Q3 and Q4 of 2022-23. And the purpose is really to present to the portfolio committee the third and fourth quarter performance reports and budget, which is quite crucial versus the expenditure reports of the Department of Home Affairs to the portfolio committee for both Q3 and Q4. So if we move to the next slide, just a reminder to members of the portfolio committee on the next slide about our vision, mission, and the value statement. We've previously indicated that we want to strive for a South Africa where identity, status, and citizenship are key enablers of citizen empowerment and inclusivity, economic development, and national security. And we carry out this in line with the mission, where we've made commitments to citizen empowerment, inclusivity, economic development, and national security. How do we do this? We do this by ensuring that we are efficient and also ensure that we secure the custodian of citizenship and civil registration, but also through securely and strategically managing international migration and also efficiently managing asylum seekers and refugees. And the last one is to ensure that we efficiently determine and safeguard the official identity and status of persons. Now, the last part of the presentation just deals with the value statement. As the Department of Home Affairs, will remain committed to being people-centered and caring, patriotic, professional, and showing leadership, effective, efficient, and innovative, ethical, and having integrity, security conscious, and development orientated. So that's just a reminder, Chairperson, in terms of our values, mission. And then in terms of our mandate, as you know, our services are divided into two broad categories, namely civic services and immigration services. The first mandate that's outlined there, it's the management of citizenship and civil registration. The second mandate is the management of international migration. And the third one speaks to the management of refugee protection. So the next slide then deals with our commitments in terms of the MTSF period. We have identified the following outcomes. So the first one is to ensure that we secure the management of international migration, resulting in South Africa's interests being served and fulfilling our international commitments in line, of course, with our national interest framework document. Secondly, we want to ensure that we secure and efficiently manage citizenship and civil registration to fulfill constitutional and international obligation. And the third one is the efficient asylum seeker and refugee system in compliance with both domestic and international obligations. Fourth one is to secure the population register to empower citizens, enable inclusivity, economic development, and national security. And of course, lastly, we want to ensure that we are positioned to contribute positively to a capable and developmental state. So, Chairperson, the next slide then gives an overall performance for Q3 and Q4. The graphic illustration at the top, the legend green symbolizes it's been achieved, and red indicates not achieved. So for Q3, we had 36 targets that were planned for Q3. Of these 36 targets, 26 translating to 72% were achieved, and 10 translating to 28% were not achieved. That's the first graphic illustration on your left of the screen. And then during Q4, for the period under review, we had 33 targets that were planned for the fourth quarter. Of these 33 targets, 28 translating to 85% were achieved, and 5 translating to 15 targets were not achieved. The next slide, on slide 7, just gives you a performance for Q3 per program. At the top, it's administration during the quarter or the period under review. Administration had 23 targets, and they were able to achieve 20, translating to 87%. 13% was not achieved. That is the 3 targets. Citizen affairs had 4, and they were able to achieve 3. That gives you 75%, and 1 target was not achieved, translating to 25%. Immigration affairs at 4. 1 target was not achieved. We're sitting at 25% during Q3, and we had to introduce a number of intervention measures that we'll speak to later on. So which means 75% of the targets were not achieved, translating to 3. And then institutional support and transfers, 5 targets were able to achieve 2, translating to 40%. So all in all, 72%, and then the 28 that was not achieved. So if we move to the next one, slide 8 then gives an overview of Q4 performance. Administration, you will note for the period under review, 21 targets, and the branch was able to achieve 19, sitting at 90%, quite a good performance for the period under review. And 2 of those targets were not achieved, translating to 10%. Citizen affairs, there are 4 targets that were planned, 3 were achieved, and that translates to 75%, and 1 target was not achieved, translating to 25%. Immigration affairs, 4 targets that were planned for the quarter under review, and you can see the turnaround in terms of immigration services based on the interventions that we made, including the operations management and the daily monitoring of those targets. They were able to achieve 3. That moves to 75%. So 25% was not achieved. Institutional support and transfers, 4 targets were planned, and they were able to achieve 3, translating to 75 and then 25. So overall, that's the picture, 85% and then 15 that was not achieved. So we'll then, in the next slide, just give an illustration of the 2 quarters in terms of comparison. If we were to look at Q3 and Q4, right at the top, civic services, as I've indicated, that 4, they were able to achieve 3. And if you look at Q4, the same consistent performance by civic services. Immigration, I've spoken about the measures that we introduced. They were sitting at 25%. Of course, the portfolio committee, during your oversight visit, you also emphasized areas that require intervention. And you can see the results of some of those activities that we embarked on that led to immigration services moving to 75%. The BMA had 5 planned targets. I forgot earlier on to acknowledge the presence of the commissioner of the BMA, Dr. Masiapato, who's also in attendance. They were able to achieve 2. If in the copy that was sent earlier, Chairperson, I think there was a typo that indicated 2 not achieved. It's actually 3. We've since rectified that. Apologies for that. And you can see in Q4, they had 4 and then achieved 3, translating to 75%. So you can see there's an upward trajectory in all of that. And then IS, this is information systems at 5. And then we're able to achieve 3, translating to 60, and then 40 not achieved. You can see the upward swing again, 4 and 3 achieved 75%. IPS consistent during Q3 and Q4, standing at 100% of the 5 planned targets for both Q3 and Q4. HR, same performance for both quarters, Q3 and Q4 have been performing at 100%. And of course, the question that members always ask, does this translate to changing the culture, the behavior? And this is work that's in progress, and the impact will take a bit of time to be measurable. The same with counter-corruption and security services. I think the portfolio committee was briefed last year about inroads that counter-corruption and security services is making towards dealing with issues of malfeasance and corruption. That 4 targets that were planned for the quarter, and of course, they were able to perform at 100%. Similarly, in Q4, 100%. DG's office had 7 planned targets, and we're able to achieve 6 of those, translating to 86%. 1 target was not achieved. Similarly, in Q4, 6 planned and 5 achieved, 1 not achieved. So you can see there was a regression there, which we are attending to and will be able to explain later. So if you look at this slide, Chairperson, there's an increase of 13% in terms of overall achievement of the department performance for Q4 to Q3 of the financial year that's under review. And of course, this is attributed to the weekly meetings where we're tracking targets on a weekly basis. Of course, civics and the IMS have now started tracking these targets on a daily basis. So there's an integrated planning process that we have looked at, particularly those targets that we view that are at risk of not being achieved. So if we move to the next slide, slide 10, we start looking at the performance per program. The first one that we're looking at, it's administration. If we can move to slide 11. For Q3, on the implementation of the BMCS for Q3, was supposed to do network upgrades for 19 ports. It was supposed to have been completed, could not be completed. However, during Q4, we were able to achieve that target. So the overall annual target has been achieved. BMCS has been deployed to 19 ports of entry by Q4. In particular, during Q4, there were 5 sites that had to be attended to, in particular network upgrades at the following ports of entry: Fields Drift, Sunny Pass, Kopfontein, Jeepes Reef, and Richards Bay. So all these were attended to. And I think in the presentation last week to the portfolio committee, we did indicate that there were delays in the appointment of a service provider, which led to the department's failure to complete some of this. But we have since been able to achieve that target. If we can move to slide 13, Muzi. Slide 13 then speaks to the enhanced e-visa system released in production. I think, Chairperson, this is a good news story. There's a system internally developed through our applications team, working, of course, with a colleague that's been deployed from SARS, and they were able to ensure that the testing of the enhanced e-visa version was conducted. It was released in production on 17 March 2023. And similarly, in Q4, that target was achieved, and it was even achieved much earlier because the system was released in production on the 17th of March. So similarly, the next slide on slide 14, again, this was developed in-house by our team, again, at information systems. So there's pockets of excellence, if you were to look at it, Chairperson. We're able to develop this system for asylum seeker and refugee system. And this was also developed onto live capture. And in Q4, of course, that was also aligned to functional design specifications. So that target was achieved in both quarters. Next one, Chairperson, we were here last week on the ABIS project. The annual target is to ensure that ABIS phase 2 is operational, which will include your iris, infant footprint, palm print, backend recognition, all those capabilities. Regrettably, for quarter 3 and quarter 4, we're not able to achieve this target. And you can see we've indicated that phase 2 delivery of this project has been deferred to the next financial year, which is the current financial where we are, 23-24. However, in the period under review, Chairperson, the development and testing of facial recognition and latent search capabilities was successfully concluded in March 2023. And the reasons for the underachievement with regard to the overall project is that there were delays with regards to phase 1 of the project, which has now had an impact on phase 2 of the project. Of course, we indicated to the portfolio committee last week that we have levied penalties with regards to the delays. And over the weekend of the 13th and 14th, we were able to resolve the issue of stuck applications. We still will have to come back to the committee once internally we have discussed as management and also with the minister and the deputy minister to make a determination going forward with regards to the project. We can move to the next slide. I think the next slide just illustrates what is it that we've done. On the DHA bill, Chairperson, we have not been able to achieve this target. I think at one of the hearings before the portfolio committee, the minister did indicate the shortage with regards to legal drafters, and not only in the Department of Home Affairs, but in government as a whole. We were able, however, to appoint through the Solicitor General's office, the report to Department of Justice, to start work on the draft bill. It was revised. We're now working on the second revised draft bill, which we received by the end of April 2023. If you move to the next slide, we've now illustrated in terms of timelines how we want to make sure that we roll back and are able to claw back. For 2023, we hope that between April and June, we'll get approval by the EXCO and the minister. And then we hope that between July and September, we'll be able to put through the bill through the cabinet committees right up to cabinet for consideration. And then October to December, we hope the bill will be gazetted for public comments so that it's tabled in Parliament by March 2024. So that's in terms of our timelines, how we're planning to recoup the lost time on this target. And we know it's quite important for this portfolio committee as well. If we can move to the next slide. Next slide then deals with the National Identification and Registration Bill, which was supposed to be submitted to Cabinet for approval for public consultation. This target was achieved both in quarter 3 and quarter 4. During quarter 3, the draft was shared with the governance and social cluster, the ESIT and the JCPS clusters, which all recommended it to move to the next phase, which was in quarter 4, and Cabinet considered the bill and approved it for public comments. The bill is out for public comments at the moment. The next one is the draft marriage bill, which was submitted to Cabinet for approval for public consultation. For quarter 3, the bill was submitted to the GSID, ESID, and JCPS clusters that approved that it must go to Cabinet for consideration. Cabinet did consider, and I think here we need to clarify that the target was to submit to Cabinet, which the department was able to do. However, Cabinet has indicated that the bill need to be reconsidered by this committee. And to that extent, we were directed that the Ministers of Home Affairs needs to have a meeting with the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, including Deputy Minister, and of course, the Minister of Social Development, to deal with concerns that they raised. Amongst others, this was in relation to the designation of magistrates as marriage officers, issues related to the matrimonial property regime, requirements for polygamous marriages, and of course, the dissolution of marriage prior to us going out on some of these activities that I've highlighted. So we were able to convene a meeting of the Directors General of Home Affairs, Justice, agriculture and social development to look at the issues that ministers have raised. And we were able to resolve some of those issues. We hope that we can then finalize the submission of this bill back to the cabinet process. So that bill is currently being processed to ensure that it's routed through cabinet for consideration and approval. Once the other consultations that the chairperson spoke about during the introduction. Okay, if we can move to the next one, which is the one-stop border post. For Q3, we were able to submit the draft bill to the GSIT, ESIT, and the JCPS clusters that all recommended that it should be approved and be sent to cabinet. And then that was achieved in Q3. In Q4, the bill was submitted to cabinet, and cabinet considered the bill and approved it for public comments. So that bill is out for public comments. And the next one, it's on communications. The annual target is that we need to have a comm strategy and implementation plan, but for Q3, the department was to develop 5 media engagements, 1 outreach engagement, 1 campaign. All that was achieved. The teams were able to overachieve by 5 and 2 outreach engagements and 1 campaign that was conducted. For Q4, we had planned to have 5 media engagements and 1 outreach engagement. We were able to conduct 11 of these, and then outreach activities, 8 of those were conducted, and then 2 campaigns were then conducted. If we can move to the next slide. The next slide then deals with the draft white paper on the management of citizenship, international migration, and refugee protection. It's still not submitted to cabinet. However, in terms of our own internal processes, we had set out to review chapter on citizenship during Q3, which we're able to do. We also revised the chapter on refugee protection during Q3 and also the chapter on international migration. So internally, all that has been achieved. Currently, the green paper has been submitted to minister for consideration, and the minister is still considering that green paper, including consultations with other stakeholders, of course, outside government. If we can move to the next one. This is the revised service delivery charter in support of the SDM for Q3. The revised service delivery charter was presented to EXCO. Of course, there were minor changes, and then it was submitted to the minister on the 21st of December, 2022. In Q4, we were able to finalize the footprint development strategy, which was approved by EXCO and then submitted to minister for approval, which was done on the 26th of March, 2023. So that target, both for Q3 and Q4, was achieved. The next one, Chairperson, deals with the strategic accommodation requirements. And of course, we were able to achieve that target in Q3, and in Q4, we were able to finalize that, and that strategic accommodation requirement for 25-26 financial year was approved by the DG on the 9th of March. And then it was also submitted to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on the 16th of March in order for them to conduct feasibility assessment with regards to user asset management. So both quarters we've done well with regards to this target. If you look at the next target, that looks at addressing the societal scourge, which is really the DHA gender-based violence and femicide plan implemented as per approved implementation plan for Q3. We were able to achieve that target. Awareness sessions on workplace harassment were rolled out in the following offices, starting in Emalahleng, in Mpumalanga, Ga-Rankuwa in Gauteng, Makhado in Limpopo, Mahikeng in the Northwest, King Williamstown in the Eastern Cape, Dundee in KZN, Drakensberg in KZN, George in the Western Cape, and lastly, it was Welcome in the Free State. And in Q4, we were able to ensure the delivery against relevant elements of the plan. And per branch and province, we continue to monitor on a monthly basis and we do submit monthly reports or progress reports. We're able to submit these reports in January, February, and March 2023. So if we can move to the next one. The next one deals with issues related to consequence management. In Q3, we set out that we're going to ensure that we conclude 60% of misconduct cases within 90 days. During Q3, 42 of these cases, in respect of which officials were either served with charges or amended charges, where cases had reached maturity, and instances where, of course, all these instances were recorded. So the target or the breakdown is as follows at the bottom. 26 of these cases were completed within the target timeline of 90 working days, and then only 16 had exceeded their respective target dates. I suppose honorable MPs will be familiar with the fact that the disciplinary processes sometimes take longer to finalize based on matters that parties might raise. And then in Q4, there were 28 misconduct cases in respect of which officials had either been served with charges or amended charges, or cases that have reached maturity in relation to the 90-day working turnaround time. Of these cases, 75% were completed, translating to 21, and then 18 were also almost finalized within the target timeline, and 3 of these exceeded their target, and 7 are to be completed, of which 4 cases are finally we're waiting for the verdict with regards to them. Once that's done, those cases will be finalized. If we move to the next one, looks at business processes. For Q3, we had set out to evaluate business processes in relation to passport applications. Here, counter-corruption is looking at or identifies possible vulnerabilities to fraud, to corruption, and security breaches. And one process was evaluated during Q3. There were 4 offices that were looked at in the Western Cape, 8 offices in KZN, and 3 local offices in Gauteng were visited just to look at the passport application process to make sure that it adheres to the prescriptions in terms of our own standard operating procedures. A report on these findings was compiled and submitted to Advocate Muitsi for sign-off. And then in Q4, we were looking at death registration in relation again to vulnerabilities that will relate to fraud, corruption, and security breaches. During Q4, we conducted this evaluation in 3 provinces, Gauteng, KZN, and Limpopo. And then the next one was relates to, on the next page, Mozi, it relates to cases that have been reported. For Q3, we had set out that we want 66 of reported cases and fraud and corruption finalized within 90 working days. We were able to achieve this during the period under review. The performance stands at 89%. And the breakdown is provided at the top. 53 of these cases were received, 47 cases were finalized within 90 working days, 3 cases were finalized over the stipulated time, and 3 cases are still pending. During Q4, the performance sits at 92.3%, and the breakdown is provided at the top. 52 cases received, 48 cases finalized within the stipulated time, and then 2 outside the framework of the 90 days, and 2 cases are still under investigation. Now, the next slide, which is slide 29, looks at the threat and risk assessments, or TRAs, which are supposed to be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Minimum Information Security Standard, MIS in short, or Minimum Physical Security Standard, MPSS. For Q3, we committed that we will conduct 20 of these. We were able to conduct 21. We overachieved by 1. And Q4, we also committed that we will conduct 20 of these. We overachieved by 4. The next slide, slide 30, looks at the vetting files that we normally refer to the State Security Agency for evaluation. For Q3, we set out to conduct at least or submit 102 files. The breakdown is provided below. What is it that we're able to achieve of the 102 files that were submitted? And the numbers below just gives you a classification in terms of the level of security vetting. Top secret 17, secret 15, confidential 70. And then in Q4, we overachieved by 31. For top secret, the colleagues were able to refer 52 and secret 2, confidential 77. I guess the numbers increased in particular because of the capacitation process that we've started with regards to employing more people into the department. If we move to the next program is Citizen Affairs. If you look at Citizen Affairs, we had set out for Q3 to register these births that are illustrated, 194,891. We were not able to achieve that target by about 3,008. And the reasons are stated for both Q3 and Q4. Amongst others, it's the impact of load shedding, not only on the Department of Home Affairs, but also with regards to SETA as a service provider, the impact, which of course impacts on us. And of course, the main one, system downtime. And therefore, the other one is lack of this online verification scanners at health facilities. However, in the new financial year, this is an area that we've prioritized. It's work that's led by the Deputy Minister, including investments that we'll be making at a number of health facilities to make sure that we're able to capture these births before the little babies leave the hospital. So the same for Q4, we're not able to achieve that target. We fell short by 6,000. If we can move to the next slide. The next slide just gives an indication in terms of how we're going to mitigate. One of the things that we're planning to do, we're just waiting to finalize an MOU with the Department of COGTA. In particular, we'll want to create more awareness using or working in partnership with them, with the community development workers, so that they enhance awareness, including the Department of Health. And with regards to system downtime, we've had a meeting with SETA yesterday to look at the impact of system downtime, not only on Home Affairs services, I suppose also on other government services. Our interest here is to ensure that our network, the uptime, at least it's guaranteed. And of course, SETA indicated that they are currently working on a number of initiatives to address some of these activities. I think on Thursday, they are presenting before their portfolio committee to address some of these issues. But from our side, we're continuing to monitor on a daily basis the performance and challenges. In particular, we're introducing mitigation measures to make sure that we're not impacted heavily with regards to that. Okay, if we move to the next target on the smart ID cards, we were able to overachieve this target by more than 52,000 of a target of 500 and 600,000. We were able to overachieve by that number in Q3. And then in Q4, we set out to ensure that we issue 572,000 smart ID cards. We were able to overachieve that target by more than 200,000. And the number that's indicated is that 241,000 smart ID cards were issued to citizens. The next target looks at passports. 90% of machine-readable passports for adults. On the new live capture system, we're able to achieve that target, performance standing at 97.13% in Q3, and in Q4, performance sits at 98.43%, overachieving again by 8.4%. So that's how we've performed with regards to adult passports. With regards to passports for children, which is the next target on slide 36, we were also able to overachieve this target by 9%. Performance for Q3, 99.26, and then for Q4, 99.15. So we're doing quite well with regards to this, and I suppose it's due to the good working relationship, but also the efficiencies that are there at our own government printing works. The next target looks at, we're looking at immigration services. If we move to 38, we had committed that for Q3, we'll conduct 135 law enforcement operations or inspections conducted for targeted areas to ensure compliance with immigration legislation. I think we did brief the committee in terms of some of those activities, which will include mining, the trucking industry. And for Q3, we're able to conduct at least 303 of these operations. The majority being led from head office, sitting at 94. And of course, the breakdown is provided, Mpumalanga taking the lead, Limpopo, and of course, others following as well. And then for Q4, we're able to overachieve again by 414 of targets that we conducted, or inspections or operations that were conducted. Head office 112, and then followed by Northwest, which had quite a lot of operations during the period under review, and then Northern Cape, and then of course Gauteng sitting at 42. So that's the breakdown in terms of how we were able to perform for the 2 quarters. If we move to slide number 39, slide 39 relates to permanent residence applications finalized within 8 months for applications collected within the Republic of South Africa. For Q3, we had a population of 1,117 applications, and then out of that, we were only able to finalize 326. And I think we did brief the committee about the measures at that point that we were putting in place following the report that we had received from Dr. Lubisi with regards to malfeasance and corruption at some of our missions, but also at permitting. We've now put in place stringent measures. We've revised delegations. We've also introduced operations management and continue to monitor on a daily basis the performance against targets, which is why you see in Q4, out of a target of 85%, we're able to move to 96.8%, with a population of 687. Out of that, 665 was finalized. And I think slide 40 speaks to the intervention measures that I've just spoken to. We can move to the next one on 41. 41, we're not able to achieve this target for both Q3 and Q4. This is in relation to critical skills. I've highlighted some of the challenges that we had. If you recall that in the Lubisi report, they do detail how some people as young as 16 that were getting some of these visas. But I'm glad that we've now put in place measures to address this specific matter. And I think I've spoken about the introduction of operations management and the daily monitoring of performance against target. If we can move to the next slide. I've spoken to this, Mozi. The measures, slide 43 speaks to the business and general work visas finalized within 8 weeks, and the target was 90%. For Q3, with a population of 208, we're only able to finalize 177, translating to 85%. So that target was regrettably not achieved. However, in Q4, you can see the upwards performance. Out of a population of 187, we finalized 168 within a very short space of time. So 90% is what we were able to achieve. And we've spoken to the measures that we have introduced to enhance performance. I'm not going to repeat what we've said on 44. If we move to slide 45, institutional support and transfers. Okay, if we can move to slide 46, this is a target for the BMA. For Q3, we had set out to establish governance committees, in particular your audit and risk management, including remuneration and human resources. And this process, it normally takes longer because it includes going out, soliciting CVs from members of the public and scrutinizing them. And of course, the stringent vetting process. So there were delays in the appointment of the governance committees. However, this has since been finalized, and in Q4, we were supposed to submit to Treasury pre-listing documents on BMA policies and procedures. And of course, this was achieved, amongst others, the budget submission and functional shifts. These were quite critical documents that Treasury require. Unfortunately, some of the policies and procedures were not those that were required for the listing. But this is good performance again by a new entity, the BMA. This was their last performance while they were being incubated within the Department of Home Affairs. If we move to the next one, it's the rollout of the BMA at the following ports of entry: Fuels Rift, Fixback, GP's Reef, Ramatlabama, Skelpad Hack, Caledonsport, Golela, Kosi Bay, Nestin, Derdeport, Zanzibar, Stockport, Plajan, and Point Drift. All these activities were conducted. And of course, the Section 95 proclamation pertaining to the transfer of functions from the Ministers of Agriculture, Health, Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment to the Minister of Home Affairs was signed by the President and gazetted. So that target achieved. In Q4, BMA rolled out to OR Tambo International, Cape Town International, King Shaka, Durban Harbour, Lanseria, Ngoka, Richards Bay, Bramfisher, East London, Mossel Bay, and Polokwane. And of course, we've indicated the implementation of the transferred functions took a multi-agency approach, and the coordination thereof under the BMA. So this was quite a good performance by the BMA. We can move to the next one. So for Q3, BMA had set out to roll out between KZN and the Lesotho segment of the land border law enforcement area. And during the quarter under review, BMA border guards were deployed on the 19th of September 2022 to the Eastern Cape / Lesotho and KZN / Lesotho land border law enforcement areas, and the deployment is continuing. For Q4, the target was not applicable. That's why it says it's not applicable. If we can move to the next one, it deals with ramp contractors at the 31 identified ports of entry. And of course, the reason here we're not able to achieve is the fact that the ramp contract for Giriondo port of entry, that the deputy commissioner of the BMA tried very hard until the last minute, which is managed by, it's within the Kruger National Park, and it's not managed by DPW. So he had quite a lot of engagements around this activity on this work, and the commissioner, of course, is online if there are any questions related to that. In Q4, the facility management matrix, which will have included strategy, policies, and budget, was approved by the BMA commissioner, and that was done. It was achieved. The next one speaks to a process that we had started a long time ago. This speaks to the financial and contractual closure reached with bidders in respect of land redevelopment of 6 priority land ports. In Q3, we could not achieve that. We had already submitted a revised request for proposal document to Treasury. In Q4, we could not achieve that. However, it's important to note to the honorable members that last week, I think on Thursday in the evening, we received good news from Treasury that they've now approved that the department through the BMA can go to the market and seek requests for proposals. And of course, the delays were, amongst others, related to the fact that the initial submission that were done in March 2022 had to be revised because SARS wanted to include this concept of the smart border, which had to be incorporated. And of course, we also had to look at the project's financial model. And the update there is that we're no longer waiting for approval from Treasury. That approval has been granted. So which means we'll now work with the BMA to make sure that we finalize this matter. If we can move to the next slide. Okay, I suppose it speaks to the same issue. We need to then follow governance processes to make sure that before we go to the market, the matter is considered by our own bid adjudication committee, so that we then are able to invite bidders. And once the process is concluded, we'll then have contractual closure reached with those bidders. So I think that's quite a good news story. So what have been some of the challenges during the period under review? I think we've spoken to the loss of production due to load shedding and system downtime, and not only at DHA, but also the impact that happens at SETA when there's a stage 6 and other higher levels of load shedding. Because of the instability of the network and downtime, it continues to be a huge challenge to the department, particularly because of the impact on the SETA data centers. And yesterday, SETA, for sure at an opportune time, will be able to share the investment that they're making into these data centers. I think I've just spoken to the prolonged process with regards to the PPP. Of course, the presentation was sent a few days earlier before we could get this letter from Treasury. And then, of course, with regards to the target that I've referred to, that we had delays. It was as a result of lack of experienced legislative drafters in the department and in government as a whole, which resulted in the delay of us finalizing the bill. And then, of course, delays in the delivery of AB's phase 1, which has resulted in penalties being levied. So what is the way forward then? One of the things that we've indicated, it's an improvement in the management of projects and contract. But critical with regards to the issuance of visas is the implementation of the recommendations of the Ministerial Committee on Permits and Visas, and of course, the Vulindlela reports to improve the management of the visa regime. And you'll recall that post the submission by the minister and the Lubisi Ministerial Committee, there was a recommendation that a multidisciplinary committee should be appointed to implement the recommendation that has been done. That committee is hard at work. And they are providing regular reports with regards to the work that they are doing. And then, of course, the same committee also recommended an improvement in the IT infrastructure. We're working on this with regards to areas that require improvement in order to reduce downtime and increase system uptime. We've had an engagement with SETA and also with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research to look at alternatives in terms of how we can really ensure that our system uptime is achieved. And then, of course, we're also looking at alternative energy sources for some of the offices that are currently do not have generators. And then we'll continue with the weekly meetings and reports on targets. And of course, while civic services have started, others are supposed to start in the next month, which will still be Q1. So the next few slides, before I come back and conclude on the recommendations, I'll really ask the CFO to take you through the budget versus the expenditure for both Q3 and Q4, including how we are performing with regards to the 30-day payment And the last item will be the activities that the AG had asked us to conduct, or our audit action plan for the 2022-23 financial year. So over to you, CFO, to deal with the last slides with regards to these items. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ, and good morning to the Chairperson, the Minister, the honourable members, and our colleagues. Chairperson, if you allow me, I'll try and be brief, but let me start on slide 55. Chairperson, as at the end of 31 December, we had a budget of 9.9 billion rands. Of that budget, we spent 68%, and this is before the adjustments. So, Chairperson, if you look under earmarked funds on the same slide, you'll see that there's an amount of 216 million rand for passenger name recognition that was not spent. We'll come back to that issue later on. At the same slide, at the bottom, there's the spending on self-financing. Self-financing is a mechanism Treasury has provided to us that will enable us where we collect the revenue and then apply to Treasury to use that revenue to spend it on issues relating to the generation of that revenue. So if you look at the self-financing expenditure as at the end of December, it was 611 million rands. Chairperson, the next slide, slide 56, just gives us the same information at a program level. If you look at administration, the first program, you'll see that spending was at 71%, citizen affairs at 79%, immigration affairs 66%, and then institutional support and transfers at 55%. Chairperson, under institutional support and transfers, that's where we pay the IEC, represented political parties, as well as the BMA. If I can ask that we move to the next slide. This is just an indication as to spending in the provinces. Chairperson, as at the end of December, you would see that these provinces were spending well. None of them were under severe pressure. And if you take a linear approach, and you should then have been at 75%. So the provinces were doing well at the end of December. Chairperson, slide 58 is just the revenue. The revenue collected at the end of December was 552 million rands. In a month, we collect close to 60 million rands, Chairperson. This revenue is only local revenue. It excludes the foreign revenue. That's in addition, which we usually take into account at the end of a financial year. Chairperson, the next slide is the 30-day payments as at the end of December. This is the quarterly report of the 30 days payment, Chairperson. We provide this report on a monthly basis to National Treasury. If you look at this report, you will see that 99.61% of all our invoices for the Q3 were paid within 30 days. There were 22 invoices to a rand value of 1.399 million rands not paid within 30 days. Chairperson, it's not to say that those invoices were not paid. They have been paid subsequently, but they were not paid within 30 days. Chairperson, I'm then going to move on to the figures, and this is now the preliminary figures as at the end of 31 March. It's before environments and the final shiftings. It's not audited, Chair, so I must be very clear, and the figures we will present in the annual financial statements will differ from these figures. It's raw figures as it is. Chairperson, slide 61. Chairperson, you'll now notice that our budget has increased to 10.796 billion rands. This is as a result of the adjustments that came in. We received funding for digitization of records, as well as the self-financing allocation came through in the last quarter 4. Chairperson, the end result as at the end of March for against this budget is 96.3% spent of the budget. So we did not spend 100% of our budget as we have done in previous financial years. Chairperson, the main reason for us not spending the full allocation is the timing of the digitization money that came in, as well as this, there was another amount of 300 million rands for represented political parties funding that came in through the second adjustments on the 31st of March. We paid that over, but I'll explain that a little bit later as well. So, Chairperson, if you then look at the earmarked funds, you'll see that the passenger name recognition system, that 214 million rands were not spent. We could not get the procurement processes concluded. This is the second or third time we have not been able to do that. So under immigration services, and we'll come back to that just now, you'll see that there was a saving under that 214 million rands. We did then approach National Treasury and requested them for approval to use the earmarked funds for other purposes to pay our other invoices on hand, and that approval was granted. Chairperson, if I can then go to slide 62. Again, this is the expenditure as at the end of 31st March 2023 at program level. You will notice that administration was at 99.3%, citizen affairs at 94.7%. The underspending under citizen affairs is mainly attributed to the late receivable of the digitization funding. And under in immigration affairs, it's the passenger name recognition funding that was not spent. Institutional support and transfer, Chairperson, that's the IEC, represented political parties, and BMA, 100% spent. Chairperson, slide 63 is just an indication as to the detail of the administration spending. So we have these figures for the ministry, for management support services, the DG's office, the refugees review committees, corporate services, as well as the transversal information technical management system, WIOG funding. So, Chairperson, we had a budget review meeting last week where we reflected on the expenditure as at the financial year end and to hold each other accountable for spending and not spending. Chairperson, the next slide is the one on civic services. It's slide 64. It's just to give you an indication. You'll see there under status services that there's a high spend, 113%. This is the payments we make to GPW for printing of passports and ID documents. We use the savings on underspending programs, Chairperson, to offset the overspending in that regard. Chairperson, the provinces, slide 65. Again, the provinces spent well, with the exception perhaps of the Eastern Cape. The other provinces managed to just exceed their spending as we encourage them to do this at financial year end. So we said to them, bring all your invoices, let's pay your invoices where possible. Chairperson, now if I can go to immigration services, slide 66. You'll notice there that under self-financing, there's 113% spent, but under admission services, there's a slow spend of 83%. Again, that's the passenger name recognition issue. Chairperson, the last slide, slide 67 is the one that deals with the program 4, Border Management Authority, public entities, both those, or all three of those spent with their full allocations. We'll make sure, Chairperson, that the environments and the shiftings are done and that these figures are smoothed out. Chairperson, slide 68, this is the revenue figures. We collected 884 million rands in local revenue. It is 80 million rands more than what we targeted for under self-financing. The self-financing target was 798 million rands. And in addition to that, there's another 100 more coming from DIRCO for the foreign revenue. We have increased our self-financing targets for the 23-24 financial year to just over R1 billion, Chair. That should be achievable. It's not impossible for us to get there. Chairperson, slide 69, if I can then move there. This is the second adjustment budget. We received the 300 mil on the 31st of March 2023. And it was for the represented political parties fund, this increased our baseline to 11.096 billion, and it was a condition of this act, Chairperson, that the budget should be spent by the 31st of May, but the expenditure is regarded as expenditure for the 22-23 financial year. So, Chairperson, we only transferred the money to the IEC represented political parties fund in April, given the timing when it was received. I'm now going to deal with 30-day payments on slide 70, Chairperson. In Q4, we paid 99.01% of all our invoices within 30 days. This is a slight regression on Q3. Chairperson, this in numerical terms, this translates to 58 invoices to a rand value of 3.7 million rands. Again, Chairperson, the point I wish to make is that these invoices were paid subsequently. They were just not paid within 30 days. Chairperson, slide 71, I'm now moving to the audit matters. Slide 71 is, and I must acknowledge the copyright of the AG because this is their dashboard, Chairperson. This is the audit outcome for 21-22 for the department. Chairperson, if you recall, the department received an unqualified audit opinion for 21-22. There were matters of emphasis, and the issues is the quality of the financial statements, the quality of the performance information, as well as IT that was concerning. It's the risk areas in the blocks, and then there were, under leadership, Chairperson, we were not green all over, and this AG dashboard report we use, Chairperson, in all our deliberations on audit matters, because we are committed to achieve a clean audit outcome. So we start with this slide whenever we start talking about audit matters. And as I say, Chairperson, I must acknowledge, it's the AG's dashboard. Chairperson, based on this audit outcome, we then prepared an audit action plan for 22-23. We shared this audit action plan with the AG and the audit committee just after we drafted the plan and started to implement it. So, Chairperson, this audit action plan is slide 72. Thank you for that. You'll notice there that there are 246 audit actions. Of those 246 actions, as at the 28th of February 2023, 157 were completed, 72 were in progress, 3 were future dates, and then there were 13 not started and 1 no response. So, Chairperson, we monitor this audit action plan at EXCO and at the audit committee and at our back to basics meetings. Where there's no response or when actions are overdue or not started, consequence management is applied. We're trying to do this, and if we can now move to the next slide, 73, you'll now notice that this is the situation as at the 13th of April 2023. There was a slight increase on the completed actions, where 170 is now 172, and there's 62 in progress. Chairperson, the reason why some of these actions are so slow to reflect is because we only acknowledge that an action is completed when after internal audit has verified the action as completed. So it's good for people to tell us that the action is completed, but we rely on an internal audit to verify such information. Again, Chairperson, you'll see on the 5th of May, the completed actions are now at 186. Of the 246, we moved some of the actions in the IT environment and the revenue environment, Chairperson. We moved some of that to future dates, and on the revenue side, Chairperson, a lot of that was dependent or is dependent on us submitting the financials. So we still expect the audit action plan to improve, and that we would have more completed actions. Chairperson, but I also think it's a reality that we will not be able to achieve 100% of the 246 actions we have identified, and there will be a risk acceptance in respect of some of these findings. Chairperson, with that, I would like to hand back to the DG, if you allow me to, sir. Thank you.
So, Chairperson, we therefore are recommending that the presentation, in particular the Q2 and Q4 performance and information report, including the budget expenditure, be noted by the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, the CFO, for the detailed brief. And I think we're seeing progress in light of the achieved targets. Areas where they're not achieved, I think you are demonstrating how we're going to mitigate such. The area which I think we may need to tangibly deal with is the time frame on the areas that you have not achieved. And also I'm quite interested on the two reports, which I think we have not get an opportunity to receive, the Lewis recommendations and the voluntary. I think we may need to be favored with the report so that we were in touch with all the issues that are raised in the report. It will be important, DG. Members, we are going to invite comments and deliberations on the presentation. In attendance, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Tejana, Honorable Molekwa, Honorable Pillay, Honorable Tito, Honorable Khwase, Honorable Van der Merwe, Honorable Ruos, Honorable Bongan Bongo. There was an indication from Honorable Mutise that apparently has a flu. I'm not sure whether she's able to join. Then Honorable Mutise. We are going to note in that order, and then we'll then invite the DG and his team, the Deputy Minister, and the Minister to comment or respond. And then also we'll then invite the AG to impress on the issues related to Home Affairs. In that order, Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to you and greetings to all colleagues and representatives from the Department of Home Affairs. We note and appreciate the report that is before us. However, Chairperson, I only have a few questions that I would like to pose. The department has indicated in one of their slides that one of the reasons they were not able to register the birth within 30 days, one of the reasons that we cited on the presentation, it was load shedding. What I would like to know, Chairperson, seeing that the load shedding may be with us for a very long time, is if the department has a plan to have generators in all the offices, and if there are generators already installed in various offices, if they are in good working order. I am asking this question because last month I've conducted an oversight at Graf Reinet. It is in the Eastern Cape, and our oversight revealed that the biggest challenge there when there's load shedding, it is the fact that they can't even use their generator because it's been broken for a very long time, and they have not been getting any assistance from the department. And secondly, Chairperson, I welcome the report that the department has met their target or exceeded their target when it comes to the issuing of the smart ID cards. What I would like to know on this matter, it is the statement of the status of collections. I remember previously the Deputy Minister, Honorable Zuza, has mentioned that they are sitting with the number of smart ID cards that members of the community, they are not collecting even after they have been printed out. I'll appreciate if I can get feedback on that. The last question that I have, Chairperson, is that what is the recruitment plan timeline for appointment of quality assurance directors to finalize the growing backlog of permanent residents, critical skills, work and business visas? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile, for your contributions. Honorable Tejana. Honorable Molekwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also appreciate the presentation on the performance report by the department. And also want to commend the department on their performance, Chairperson. I think they did very well on this performance report. But however, Chairperson, I just want to implore the department to make sure that they put more effort, especially on the remedial action, on the ABIS, that they speed up this process on the engagement with SITA and CSIR on the issue, so that the issue of the downtime can be dealt with completely. Otherwise, Chairperson, I want to take note of the report as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Molekwa. Honorable Pile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me first commend the department, particularly because we have seen, and you've outlined quite correctly, that there has been quite a substantive improvement in all of the service. And I think ultimately it's about providing a service and having excellence in terms of service delivery. So we want to welcome that and appreciate and note the report. Chair, just to pick up on what Honorable Kanile has mentioned in respect of generators and backup systems in respect of load shedding, we did request at some point an audit of all offices that currently have these backup systems and generators. And perhaps if the department can give us an update or status report on the number of offices that do have it and those that are actually requiring it for it to be maintained in terms of either not working or whatever the issue may be. But then also, what is the plan to then roll out to those offices that may not already have it? That's the first one. The second one, Chair, is in respect of BABS. We've seen how that system works and assists in our war against queues. I just want to know, what is the time frame in terms of introducing the collection part of it? I know that we've spoken about it before, but we were going to be able to implement or bring on that component of collection of IDs as part of that, so you can be able to book when you're collecting. With that, Chair, there was a presentation when we received the presentation on BABS about how we are able to make use of the USSD, etc. Because we have seen concerns of where there are people who may not have smartphones or access to internet to be able to make those bookings. And I know that there was going to be a rollout of tablets to front offices where you could be able to actually do a booking if you arrive at an office and you wanted to do that. And then the last one, Chair, is in respect of the bills. I'm just concerned that even in respect of the DHA bill, if it's going to take between 1 to 3 months, whether it's going to be sufficient time to be completed in this term of Parliament. And there are still outstanding bills, perhaps if the department can just outline those ones and what we think is achievable and what is not achievable, because that then will then form part of our legacy report for bills that need to then be passed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pile, for your contributions. Honorable Tito.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone, my colleagues and our staff members. Chair, I have I think 4 to 5 questions. My first question is this: are there any consequences for staff and management for sections where there are 25% unmet targets at year's end? And my second question, Chair, is regarding our headquarters. What is the status of the strategic accommodation plans regarding the Department of Home Affairs headquarters? And Chair, why were there almost 3 times as many law enforcement operations of 412 than planned? And then what impact does this have on other budgets and plans? And I think that on my last question, Chair, I would like to know, what is the requirement plan timeline for appointment of quality assurance directors to finalize the growing backlog of permanent residents, critical skills, and work and business visas? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tito, for your contributions. Honorable Lefasa. Honorable Van der Merwe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to our colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I wanted to share the comments that you made in your introduction. That I think well, firstly, I want to say thank you to the department for the presentation and well done on, of course, the targets met, but wanted to then share your comments in terms of where they have not met targets, whether they can give us timeframes on the completion of those, and if they can't do so today, whether those can be sent to us in a written format. Then on the issue of permits, which is not related to the period under review, Chairperson, I wanted to say to you that, we conducted the oversight visit to the department, but just recently I submitted a query with regards to a permanent residency application, which has been taking 5 years. And, for 3 weeks, I didn't get a response from the department, and only recently got one email to say that they'll be looking into the matter. And it's now almost a month since I emailed and asked for feedback. And I really do want to make the point that, for me, it's not an issue around whether an investigation to see whether an application is legitimate or not takes a year or 2 years. I don't mind if due diligence is done. But really what is unacceptable is this way of how the department communicates with us after we've already flagged the issue of no communications or us not being responded to. And so I just wanted to flag that once more. Chairperson, you also mentioned it, but I think there would be a need for us in the near future to have some type of meeting with the committee that is implementing the Lubisi report findings. I think that will be very important so that we are taken on board in terms of the progress, because you will recall that in the National Assembly, I did ask the minister or the deputy minister with regard to those 40,000 visas that were flagged to have been possibly fraudulently obtained. The deputy minister indicated that those visas have been suspended, but when we engaged the department with our oversight visit, we were told that that work has not commenced. And I really don't understand the rationale. For example, if we know people have applied for visas that they're not entitled to, how they continue to operate with those type of visas if they've not been suspended. So that type of engagement will be important for us. With regard to slide 22, the administration matters, my concerns are also around the bills. We often speak about immigration reforms that the minister and deputy minister often highlights the shortcoming in legislation for our immigration woes. And then there's a note in this presentation about the green paper that's been submitted to the minister. But again, will our immigration reforms, will this process be expedited? And will this immigration reforms and the green paper and the processes that follow after that, will it be expedited so that we're still able to complete this work in this term of parliament? And maybe the same thing goes for the omnibus bill on the marriage bill, if we can get some timeframes in that regard. Slide 21, misconduct cases, the 42 that were flagged. I wanted to know how many of those were corruption related. On IT issues, I would like to ask the Department of Home Affairs, there has been an advert for the DDGIS with a closing date of 17 May. But I wanted to ask what has happened to the DDG that was introduced to us by the minister to our portfolio committee. And I also wanted to ask, we always look at CETA with regards to our connectivity issues and our struggles, but has the minister and the DG looked at the IS branch to satisfy themselves that all is well and that they've got competent staff there? Because I think maybe we need to also interrogate those issues. For example, when we speak about IT issues, I have flagged before that, as much as we love the idea of the booking system, which is, obviously helping us in our war against queues, you often find your website gives error messages, or when you want to make a booking online, it takes a very long time, or you get kicked out by the system, or it tells you it's sending you an OTP, and you don't get that OTP. Recently, for example, Western Cape was spelled wrong. So you couldn't drop down to a city to book an appointment because Western Cape was spelled wrong. Also, I wanted to ask for the period under review, how many mobile units were on the road, active, connected, and providing services? And also, we did flag this issue last time, but I want to know what is the progress we are making in terms of rolling out our services to the banks. Lastly, on the slide with regards to inspections, I think it's, of course, we note that we have increased the inspections, and that must be applauded. However, I want to, again, as I've done before, I want to ask that at one stage and I've said this before, because it's good that we are doing more inspections, but so what? You know, in other words, what is the outcomes of those investigations? Are we picking up on transgressions? Are transgressions leading to either companies being fined or deportations? For example, I've asked before, but I didn't get an answer. What was the progress made by the Minister of Labour and Home Affairs into companies who are employing undocumented or illegal migrants, and in some sectors, only employing those foreign nationals? We've seen recently, again, you know, the trucking sector wanting to protest against this issue. So I will leave it there. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Van der Merwe, for your contributions. Honourable Roos.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, DG, for the presentation, and Mr. Hollenby. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on shooting the lights out with the smart IDs processed. I think this is an empowering document and a very important metric that I'm glad to see you exceeding by such a distance. But DG, South Africans born overseas and naturalized citizens, they still can't apply for an ID or smart ID to this day. And we've raised this issue several years ago already, and we're advised that it's a technical issue on the back end that is being finalized and fixed up. Now, your department has spoken at length about the need for the smart ID, the need for everybody to go on the smart ID for security purposes. But we have a serious problem here, because now these people that are affected are forced to apply for green ID books. But in the Western Cape, for example, if you live in Cape Town, you have to go to Laingsburg, Citrusdal, or Swellendam, which either one of them is over 200 kilometers away. So you must agree that to expect a client to drive several hundred kilometers to apply for a replacement ID doesn't make sense. So first of all, why is there no option closer to the centers like Cape Town? The same thing happens in Gauteng as well. People are asked to go a long way to some remote Home Affairs office to apply for a green ID book. And then secondly, what is the time frame for this issue to finally be fixed? Then I'd also like to congratulate you on shooting the lights out with passport applications. I think this is also a very good performance. But my question is, what is the performance for passport applications from South African consulates and missions abroad? So what is your compliance with your targets? How many are being processed in time? What are the timeframes that are being taken for those passports? And then I share Honourable Kanyile's concerns about the downtime, and it is a serious concern. I think we have a very worrying statistic that we see in this report, because it's a crisis when someone is turned away from registering their birth. And the minister goes on at length about saying everybody must come and apply and register your birth within the required time frame. And we see in this report that over 48,000 people were turned away in one quarter and pushed into the late registration of birth category because of system downtime. So, Chair, I think we as a committee, we need a proper report on this, because if people can't register their birth, they cannot participate in our economy. And my question to the DG at this point is, have you quantified this downtime? How much downtime is this? How many hours, production hours, have been lost in these 2 quarters due to load shedding, water outages, system downtime, and no online verification scanners at health facilities? And then my other question in this regard is, we talk about CETA data center again, negatively affecting services. But again, what is their downtime? Because their SLA is a bronze SLA. And my understanding is they need to give a 95% uptime, which actually allows them to be down for several days, but you pay them for that performance. So I want to understand what was the performance in these 2 quarters of that CETA data center? What percentage uptime did they have? And was it above or below this 95% that they are supposed to deliver? Because we've spoken about this before, that if you want a 99% or 99.999% uptime, then you have to find the finance and pay for it. You cannot expect persons to deliver a service of 99% when you're paying for 95%. They cannot finance that service level. Then, Chair, in terms of not adjudicating enough critical skills in time, I just want to understand what is the overall turnaround times for these permits at present? And is this expected to improve? And then I also raised the issue of visiting academics that are trying to come to our universities and train up our young minds to do great things in our economy, to make a difference in our world. And these visiting academics are being refused visas because they do not belong to a professional body. But there is no professional body for professors and visiting academics. So has anything been done about this? I raised it at the strategic session, and I was assured that it was being looked into. And then I'm also concerned that only 71% of counter-corruption and security budget has been spent by the year end. So I'd just like to understand again, what is the reason for this when the backlogs we're seeing is largely due to corruption in permitting? Then I'd also like to understand, where are we with the refugee appeal backlog? How many have been completed and how many to go? And then these procurement delays. I think we've seen it over and over again. There seems to be a CETA procurement delay and a delay in the appointment of a service provider. And I'd like to understand, what can we as a committee do to assist with this and to start performing oversight over this process to ensure that these delays, which seem to happen on every single project, are dealt with. Then just 2 more issues, committee chair. On the marriage bill, DG, you know you will miss the court order of the Women's Legal Center Trust versus President of the Republic. So on the 28th of June, 2022, it gave 24 months for the President and Cabinet, together with Parliament, to remedy the defects for Muslim marriages registration. And you seem to be trying to shoot down the sensible interim measure, which is just an interim bill that's been introduced to this committee until such time as you're able to come up with this Marriage Act. But you're so far away from it. And my concern here is, what was your plan to comply with this court order? Because it doesn't say that you can have a newsletter or a circular in your department. It says that you need to amend or create legislation. So what is your plan to comply with this court order? Even if you have an agreement with Al Jamar and have a circular or whatever, you're still going to have to comply with this court order. And I'm concerned, Chair, about the lack of legal support in Home Affairs. I mean, the minister's making his own legal decisions on the UAE Emirati coming into the country. Clearly, he doesn't have the relevant legal support. And I'd like to know where we are with contingent liabilities, because it seems Home Affairs is getting caught out time and time again with legal issues. They're not tracking court orders that they are supposed to comply with. They don't seem to be getting the correct legal support inside Home Affairs. And then finally, Chairperson, I'd like to congratulate the department on achieving the threat and risk assessment targets in accordance with the requirements of the minimum information security standards and physical security standards. I think it's critical, if you want to be a security department, that these things are taken seriously. But what is done with these compliance reports? Because I don't see it coming through in IT projects, in security IT projects, in money being spent on upgrading operating systems that contain serious security vulnerabilities. So what is being done with these risk assessments to take us to a point where the Department of Home Affairs can be a secure department, have secure IT systems? And what is it? Why is it that only 74% of the information services operational budget has been spent by the year end? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ross, for your contributions. Honorable Bongani Bongo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good morning to all the colleagues. I'm also load shared here, in case you lose me, Chair. I would like to to note the report, the third and fourth quarter report. And I need to say this, that the report is quite very, very, very impressive. To those who started with the committee when we started, would agree with me that there's a lot of improvement in terms of adhering to targets and adhering to the plans as the department is presented to us. I think the third and fourth quarter report gives a lot of confidence to me in the public that the department is working very well. I am also just concerned about the load shedding and the turnaround times. I think the department may have to address us around this issue of generators, because even before load shedding, the issue of the system continues to be a problem. So if we can get a contingent plan on how we're going to deal with the issue of load shedding. And then the issue of the court order that must be complied with. I think I would encourage the department to get a legal opinion on how to go about, because in the last meeting with Al Jama, the Al Jama itself accepted and agreed with us that we have raised superior arguments and they are prepared to follow this omnibus bill that the department is initiating. So we may have to get a legal opinion on how do we approach the court to inform the court that there is a meeting of minds around how we really need to proceed around the bill. I think that would be very important. And the issue of civic, I must say that DG and the minister, the civic component of the department, it's almost now running like an automatic machine. Because you get a complaint, you fill it in, within 24 hours, they are responding. And they are responding positively in addressing some of the challenges. But the issue of the permit sites, I think the same system you have put with the civics, I think you must just duplicate it. You must just duplicate it in the permit size, because until today, as we speak, all the concerns I've raised myself are still not yet attended to. And I keep on finding out, and I don't know whether there's no will or there's no capacity. So let's attend to that matter swiftly. But other than that, Chair, I think DG and the minister, I'm sure when you go back and address officials, you must tell them that as the committee, you don't take very light the work that they do. And we see a lot of commitments from officials when we do our individual oversight. There's a lot of work that is done on the ground with your supervision, and thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bongo, for your contributions. Honorable Mudisimza. Noted. Okay, proceed, Honorable Mudisimza. Okay, as I've indicated, it's a bit struggling. We can ground you off, Honorable Mudisimza. The minister, we are going to request or she want to contribute. Can hear you, Ms. Honorable Mudise. Mr. Matonsi?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, she stated that she has difficulty with the throat, so I'm not sure whether she went to.
No, there's no indication from her
Okay.
that she wants to say something.
Chairperson.
Honorable.
Chair, yeah, I just wanted to report that Honorable Lekwase said she was driving to get a better network, just to indicate to the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nona has indicated that DG, these are some of the issues that were highlighted by members, and we'll invite you to comment. We'll also invite the Deputy Minister and the Minister. Thank you, DG.
Well, thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members for the questions. I'll ask the colleagues that are in attendance to assist on some of the issues that have been raised. I suppose, an honorable Chairperson, the request for show with regards to the Lubisi report and the Vulindlela report, the Minister will respond to that. But with regards to Vulindlela, already on the website, we've already published aspects relating to the report. Mr. Mavuso will respond to issues that you have raised, Honorable Kanyile, with regards to Graf Reinet. You'll recall that we currently, for sure, during your oversight, they would have told you that we don't own that building. It's under the care of Public Works and Infrastructure. There's a landlord there. That generator has been fixed in numerous times, but Mr. Mavuso will respond to that. Mr. Sikamo will respond to issues related to collections. And then, of course, with regards to remedial action by Honorable Mulekwa, I think we've indicated that amongst others, we are effecting those penalties, but it's a matter that we've said we'll come back to this committee and brief you in terms of concrete measures going forward. Honorable Pillay, we did conduct an audit of all the offices. We know which ones have generators, whether they are under the care of Public Works and Infrastructure, or those that are owned by the state. And the CFO will respond to that issue around generators. Of course, we've not been able to cover the length and breadth of all of our offices, but we've made a lot of inroads. And of course, with the exaggerated stage 6, in some instances, generators also go through those difficulties. I suppose, Honorable Tito, with regards to consequence management on where people have not performed, we have written letters to those executives where their programs have not performed optimally. And where you see changes, it's because it's in response to the letters that we have given them. The CFO will also respond to the issue around the head office. And then, of course, with regards to some of our operations, Honorable Tito, with regards to the inspections, we don't do these on our own. We also work with others. We work with the Department of Transport, we work with with the SAPS, with metros in Tshwane, for example, in Gauteng, it will be in Johannesburg, it will be the Joburg Metro. I think there was a question that was raised by Honorable, I think a number of questions from Honorable van der Merwe with regards to tracking of queries. We do have now someone from IMS, similar to the question that Advocate Bongo has asked. There's someone now in IMS that's been tasked just to respond to all queries from Parliament, and that person has been doing this week since last week. We'll be able to track all those queries, and they provide reports on a daily basis with regards to what is it that we're doing to track almost all of them. I think there was a question that you asked, Honorable van der Merwe, with regards to DDG. IMS, there was a consequence management process that led to him being demoted to a lower level of a director. And this was a panel that was chaired by senior counsel from outside, as required in terms of the public service handbook. So he's currently still in the department, but has been assigned other responsibilities in line with the sanction that was imposed by the disciplinary process. With regards to IS, the issue around competent staff, you'll recall that we did indicate at the last meeting that we have tasked CSIR to give us a diagnostic assessment with regards to a number of issues relating to IT. And that work has started. Amongst others, they're looking at the issue that you have raised, Honorable van der Merwe. They've got 6 work streams. The one work stream is looking at people. Do we have the right kind of people in terms of knowledge management as well? The other areas they're looking at, it's issues that honorable members have raised across, issues relating to network, issues relating to applications and infrastructure, issues relating to cybersecurity, governance, and architecture. So all of these, they are responding to them. And then I think Mr. Mavuso will then also respond to system downtime, including the meeting that we had with CITA around the data centers, the interventions that they are making with regards to that. Honorable Roos, with regards to academics, we do have a forum where we engage with academics through universities. South Africa, this is a forum that comprises all the vice chancellors of all universities. They've given us a number of applications which we are finalizing. We do provide them with regular reports, the last one being last week on Friday. The issue that you've raised with regards to the professional body, it's a matter that we are attending to. It should be finalized, I think, before the end of this week. It's more of an internal process in terms of how we deal with that issue. I think there was an issue that was raised with regards to the refugee appeal backlog by Honorable van der Merwe again. I think there's been quite a lot of decisions that have been made since the chairperson of RASA last appeared. Almost 1,569 decisions have been made. And then there were withdrawals and cancellations amounting to 3,786. This is by the end of April 2023. So in total, 5,355 applications have been seen by this team. So let me then request the other colleagues to fill in the areas that I might not have. Starting with you, DDG Mavuso, and then CFO, Mr. Sigama, and then, of course, DDG HR on some of the consequence management related issues. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG Mavuso.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. Chair, just on this issue that DG has raised on Grafrenet, on the issue that Honorable Kanyile has, it is true that the generator belongs to the landlord. Now, the bigger problem that we have is that they do service the generator, and then obviously it also experiences some mechanical problems. The challenge, Chair, is that these generators, after 200 hours, they need to be serviced. Now, obviously, previously, because of different stages or outages, you would find that a generator would not work more than 200 hours in a month. Because of higher levels of load shedding, they work much more longer hours than they're supposed to be as emergency powers, forcing a quicker turnaround around the service. So these are some of the challenges I think that our generators are going to be facing. That's why one of the alternatives that we are looking at is where we own the facility, is whether we cannot actually put solar panels and inverters, because at least those can run longer hours compared to generators that needs to be serviced. But I'm advised by the property team that what they've been doing in the last few months under the leadership of the CFO is that they have been going around all the provinces to ensure that they are doing that particular service. On the BAPS collections question raised by Honorable Pillay, I just wish to confirm that the development on collections has been completed. by the end of June, we'll definitely would have put that into production where clients will be able to book separately for collections. And then the USSD development, we had tasked the team to work with Vodacom on that one. So that one is ongoing. I think they're just focusing on the issue of the collection. But Chair, we have made sure that all the offices that have PAPs, they've got the what we call the required equipment, which is the tablets that they utilize. They're helping clients to make bookings. We note the issues raised by Honorable Van der Merwe. We're definitely going to be revamping our entire website. Actually, the website management has been actually a responsibility of the teams from communications. So we've taken a decision that we'll relocate that responsibility to move the webmaster to under IT so that we can be able to deal with these things. Because what it does is that it has an impact on the e-home affairs, which is hosted within their website. So definitely we will be doing that particular issue. And then around the issue of system downtime, Chair, I think in this calendar year, we haven't had a national outage in terms of system downtime. We've had isolated incidents that affect officers. So there's been some stability in that regard where we have been monitoring our environmentals. And what, as the DG has indicated yesterday, we had an opportunity to meet with the new MD of CETA and his team. One of the issues that they are looking at is to partner with the private sector organizations, particularly those who have tier 3 and tier 4 data centers, in order to ensure that we have system availability. Because in this era of load shedding, tier 1 or tier 3 data centers that do not have uptime of 99.9% are definitely a no-no. So we're looking at that work that they have indicated that they will partner with us. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CFO.
Chairperson, thank you very, very much. So Chairperson, Mr. Mabuza has already shared the challenges we have on maintenance and support on generators and the 200 hours automatic shutdown we're experiencing currently. So Chairperson, we have generators, UPSs and aircons at all our modernized offices. We are maintaining and servicing these generators, UPSs and aircons, but we have challenges with parts. There's a worldwide shortage at this point in time for UPS batteries. But when we get them, we import them even from places such as the Netherlands. So Chairperson, we have also conducted the audit, and we can share the audit with yourselves, but it's a continuous process, Chairperson. So the frequency of the maintenance and support is now much more than it used to be during the times of COVID. And we'll do our best to make sure that the generators stay up and are able to function properly. Chairperson, if you then allow me, I'm then just going to deal with some of the budget issues. In response to the Honourable Ruiz, Chairperson, the issue about the security budget not being spent. So Chairperson, what was not spent on the security budget was some of the cash in transit money, because we are trying to reduce our cash handling in offices. We're moving to cards, we're encouraging card payments. So what was not spent in full by security was the self-financing cash in transit budget at 71%. The branch itself, however, Chairperson, overspent its budget at 121%. And this is because of physical security services, which is rather expensive, and it's a growing expense. Chairperson, then in addition to there was also a question about the WIO budget, the spending there, the 93% spent. Chairperson, we have there are delays with CETA procurement processes and renewal of licenses in respect of antivirus and even Microsoft licenses. So those processes take long. If we do not follow the CETA processes, the AG comes back to us and say we incur irregular expenditure, and we try to avoid that as well. So Chairperson, then there was also a question on the contingent liabilities, whether our contingent liabilities are increasing or decreasing. Chairperson, the figure for 23-24 and again 22-23, Chairperson, 31st of March, The provisional figure I have on contingent liabilities is the 2.2 billion rands figure. It's slightly down from 2.3 in the previous financial year. So contingent liabilities are coming down. We are trying to manage them as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. CFO, can you be accurate on the contingent liabilities in terms of the...
Okay, Chairperson, my apologies. So the figure, the figure as at 31st of March 2023 for contingent liabilities, and again, Chairperson, this is not an audited figure, it's a provisional figure, is 2.294 billion. 2.294 billion. The figure for the previous financial year is 2.338 billion. So it's slightly down, Chairperson, year on year.
Okay. And what is the action plan around that to mostly reduce it, given the areas that were identified by the Auditor-General in our last two years? Yeah.
Sorry, on the contingent liabilities, Chair. So, Chairperson, on the contingent liabilities, the old matters where a matter is old and we are not in control of that process, we have engaged the State Attorney to see whether we can move to a position where those contingent liabilities for old matters, whether there's any prospects of success in them being concluded, but we are not in control of that process. It's for the litigant there to decide whether to proceed or not. So I think most of our contingent liabilities are very old and dated, Chair, but we keep them because it's a summons that was issued against the department. We'll have to deal with it from a legal perspective, Chair, and make sure and take those matters back to court and clear the matters in court, Chair. We cannot force the litigants to come to court, but we can try and encourage them, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I did not say that you ought to force the litigant. Just wanted to be clarified on the details action plan, noting that the matter has been highlighted by the Auditor-General. And I think it's a matter that perhaps the minister may need to impress on.
Thank you, Chair.
The acting HR, I will request that you also, there's a comment raised by Honorable Ross or Honorable Pillay in terms of the legal unit, the challenges that are identified. And I think I see the presentation outlines that, perhaps just highlight how far in terms of or how many of your officials are engaged in the process of disciplinary and what are the areas of conduct which were committed. So at least we know the level of the interventions and those that have referred by the anti-corrupt unit. And I'm more interested in terms of the strength of the labor unit within that structure, whether there are challenges or there are progress, because some of the cases are staying longer than we're expecting in terms of time frame. Acting HR.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and to the members. Good morning, and to the Minister and the Deputy Minister and DG. If I were to start with the questions that you have raised, Chairperson, in terms of the capacity within the labor relations unit, it is fact that we are undercapacitated in terms of the labor relations practitioners that we have in the business unit. However, we as a department have contracted 18 lawyers that are assisting us with especially with the complex cases that we may not have the capacity to resolve them, within the department. But I must also indicate that as part of capacity building, we have continuous training programs that we expose the practitioners to. We have also increased our numbers of presiding officers as well to make sure that, we run the case as soon as it is reported. I must also then indicate that in terms of the question that has been raised about of the cases that have been reported from the source, either counter-corruption or the line managers, 28 of those cases that have been completed, 21 of those are corruption-related cases, which constitute about 75% of those cases. And in terms of, okay, I've mentioned the issue of challenges and the cases that stays longer or that stay longer before they could be completed. I think we have reported in this forum that there has been challenges around continuous unavailability of the officials that must appear before the presiding officer, either due to ill health or being admitted or just not being available. But then with the interactions that we have been making with these external lawyers, they've actually given us a way in terms of how we can deal with those cases. For instance, the approach that we are following in this particular instance is to say that as we do have the health risk managers appointed through the DPSA contract, we are then able to refer these officials to the departmental doctor for them to assess whether the official is definitely able to appear before the presiding officer or they are not able to do that. And I think ever since we've been following this strategy, we've been able to deal with those cases where officials were presenting excuses like they are not able to present themselves as a result of that. But on any other matter that has been not allowing us to finalize cases on time, for instance, we had to put together the standard operating procedures and also outlining the business processes. So we can definitely indicate that there is an improvement in terms of how the cases are running ever since we have improved on this, but also with the appointment of the 18 lawyers to be able to assist us in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself and the members of the committee and the entire management team led by the Minister for Home Affairs. On the issue of early birth registration, Chair, I think we must note that this is the third and fourth quarter report, but we have concluded the annual performance for the department, and we were able to catch up from the early ages on in terms of the early birth registration. I think our target throughout the year was 750,000, but we're able to meet the target and surpass it to 778,669. Those are the ones that were done within 30 days. And this also proves that as our numbers for early birth registration go up, the LRPs then go down, because the LRP for the year, they are 12,473. They are down from 13,925. So in as much as we will have not met the quarterly targets, but we're able to meet the overall annual targets. And we have learned through this. I think the DG did speak to the issue of generators and making sure that we have the additional capacity that we require so that we can always be available to capture those particular bets. But all in all, we seem to have done very well in that particular regard. With regards to the collection of smart ID cards, yes, we are quite pleased that the numbers for smart ID cards actually went up quite a bit, and we are very proud of that. And it shows our dedication that in as much as we do have challenges in our front line and the queues and everything else, but the overall output, we are able to find mitigating ways to make sure that we meet our overall output when it came to the issue of smart ID cards. With uncollected IDs, we previously had, I think Honorable Kanyile is talking about one of the past portfolio committees where we reported the 505,000 that were uncollected ID documents that were sitting with us. Currently, we're sitting on about 468,980, about 129,000. Is 129,027 is for first-time issues, which means it's people who had never received the ID before. And out of that 468, it is exclusive of the 59,000 that we have been able to draw down as deceased, which means people will not be collecting those IDs. But we have put together a plan on how we will push the uncollected IDs so that most of the people have their collected IDs. We are dedicating about 335 counters throughout the country, which will focus on the issue of collection of smart ID cards so that we make it easy for those who are coming in to collect their smart ID cards. We're also going to be running some campaigns to make sure that people do come and collect their ID cards. So it was just those two issues I thought I should respond to, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your comments. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just pick up maybe a few questions and make a few comments. The Deputy Minister has answered very well on the issue of early registration of birth. However, what I want to add are social factors, because here we are, in other ways, the demand management of it, because here we are talking about the supply management, which is what the Deputy Minister dealt with in terms of what Home Affairs can offer and what it cannot. I'm just now bringing the issue of demand side as it relates to social factors, Chairperson, because I've been to visit quite a number of hospitals to promote this issue of early registration. As you are aware, we have got a very big program on the supply side to make sure that in most of the major hospitals where birth is taking place, we put up Home Affairs offices, and we are busy with that program. Now, the demand side I'm talking about social factors, is that not everybody who is born inside the hospital with the Home Affairs office next door to the labor ward actually register within 30 days. And I've seen that practically. Many of them just said, look, I got into labor suddenly and I rushed here. I can't register this child now. I must go home to consult with the elders about the naming of the child and all those things. I'm sure those who understand our culture will understand. I just want you to take that into consideration. If I'm not mistaken, when we're at the Home Affairs office in Bara, after the 2021 riots, something like that was demonstrated to honorable members. Honorable Pile, the issues of deep bills that are outstanding and what's achievable is a very good question. But our hope, honorable member, is that some of the bills are so small and without a lot of difficult issues that we think the moment we put them in, they'll go through. Like, for instance, the OSBP, one-stop border post. We wouldn't understand why it couldn't pass quickly after public consultation, because we don't think the public are going to complain about many things, because it's really a technical issue of how to facilitate smooth exit and entry at the borders. And I don't see what will be controversial about it. So we believe once the public participation is over, because it's now for public participation, it will easily be passed. Honorable Tito, you asked about Home Affairs headquarters. I don't know whether I understood your question very well. I'm sure you were talking about the improvement of accommodation at our headquarters, yes, because we have got the Home Affairs headquarters at Hallmark, we've got the minister and deputy minister in Hatfield, etc., etc. Now, late last year, the then Minister of Public Works went for a short tennis ceremony at Salvogop. Salvogop is just next to Freedom Park, where huge mayor offices are being built for Home Affairs, for higher education, for social development. I forgot the fourth department. All of them are going to be accommodated there, not very far, just a stone throw from where State South Africa is. If you look at State South Africa offices, they are very huge because there is ample space in that area. So Home Affairs, higher education, social development and a fourth department are going to be accommodated there. And as I'm saying, a sword has already been turned. I don't know how far. I attended that sword tearing ceremony. I haven't visited that since that time to see the progress. But we're really eagerly waiting for that. Honorable van der Merwe, the issue of green paper on immigration reform and you also included the marriage, whether they will be done in the present term of government. We are really hoping so, especially on the marriage one. We are really hoping because the green paper process took about 4 years, if you remember, where there were lots of arguments. You may remember the big argument about polyandry, and it has been resolved since that time. So when the bill comes, we don't foresee people raising lots of issues because they've already raised them during the green paper and the white paper process. It was quite an involved process. Remember that the bill is basically a translation of that process into an act. We're just taking what was in that process, especially of the white paper, and translating it into an act of parliament. Again, Honorable van der Merwe, you asked what happened to the CIO. The DG has answered it very well, but I just want to add, unfortunately, Honorable van der Merwe, the department had to demote 2 DDGs. I'm saying unfortunately, because it's something that we would not really like to go through, but we were forced into that process of demoting 2 DDGs to a level of director. Because of performance issues, we didn't just wake up and demote them. We took them through a process of consequence management, even using outside legal services, using outside chairpersons about what must happen and all that. And the verdict reached was a demotion. And unfortunately, we had to do so. And that's why you see the CIO post being advertised, and Mr. Mavuso is acting as a CIO. And you can see we're improvising a lot because he's not an IT person, but we're forced into that situation. And we're hoping after the advert, we'll get somebody who understands the issues of IT, because you are aware that they are central to most of the inadequacies in Home Affairs Department. Most of the issues that we are talking about that have left behind is because of IT issues within the department. So that's why we were really forced into this type of action, which looks drastic, but we had no option but to do it. On the issue of HR, that's why today you've got an acting chairperson. You called an acting DDGHR. It's also because of that demotion, but that post has already been advertised. And I think the interviews are this Friday, yes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we're interviewing on Friday. It's only the CIA post which has just been advertised. The issue of consequences, are there any consequences? Oh, I think the DG has answered it. Honorable Ruos, the issue of naturalized citizens and others not getting smart cards, you are right. We don't like the situation to be like that, but unfortunately, we were forced by the issues of development. There's no real legal reason, and there's no decision to exclude them. It's just a practical situation. Remember, the Smart ID was introduced in 2013. When it was introduced, there were 39 million South Africans who had to migrate from the green barcoded ID to the smart card, 39 million of them by 2013. Added to that is that there are about 1.2 million babies who are born annually. So it adds to that figure of 39 million. But also, every year there are about 1 million 16-year-olds. I mean, young people who turn 16 and become eligible for ID. So you add by that. So it's a moving target. But in terms of our developmental level, in terms of modernization of offices, the Department of Home Affairs have got a capacity only of 3 million smart ID cards per annum. And one of the reasons why we are increasing the mobile units, and we said there must be the main mode of delivery, is to try and increase areas where we can issue smart ID cards to avoid people traveling the distances that we are mentioning. So I will ask the department, Honorable Ruos, because of the distances we have mentioned in the Western Cape, whether because we are getting more and more mobile units, whether we mustn't put them in some of the areas permanently, so as to avoid people traveling long distances. Unfortunately, as you are aware, the complication is going to be that we can't issue a green barcoded ID cards in the mobile units. They all issue smart ID cards. We were hoping once we complete South Africans, then all the others will follow. But we are developing a new program now where all of them will be helped at the same time. But I was just trying to explain to you the practical aspect of it, why there was why we had to do it in a staggered fashion. It's not something that we just chose. It's because of the practicalities. The issue of system downtime, I'm sure you are aware that we deal with this issue almost every day. And I can assure honorable members here, it's not only in Home Affairs that we are dealing with this issue of downtime, especially from SETA. It is discussed in most cabinet committees and in cabinet itself, including last week. And in March, when the president was calling ministers one by one for performance assessment, both the president and deputy president were on this issue of downtime in Home Affairs for most of the assessment. So it's a very, very big problem. That's why the beginning of the year, I led a team of the DG and other managers. We spent more than 4 hours at CSIR talking to all the top managers of CSIR about this issue. And since that time, they are sitting with us to see how we resolve it. And one of the solutions is diagnosis of the system from top to bottom, exactly where the problem is. And they say they are very confident because they are very highly skilled people who, unfortunately, in the past were not used that much. The issue, Honorable van der Merwe, that we are not, no, it's Honorable Ruos, actually. Yeah, sorry, still Honorable Ruos, that we are not buying what they call a gold standard in SETA. I'm sure we have responded to it that we don't agree with it. SETA reports to the committee many times that the reason that we've got this downtime is because we don't want to pay enough money. We are on bronze and they've asked us to purchase gold, then everything will be right. Now, the problem, Chairperson, on this issue is that under bronze, you are supposed to give us certain uptime from SETA, and they are not able to do so. And they say, go and buy gold. If they can't afford even to give us what we want under bronze, which is a lower standard, how can they then reach the higher standard? That is our biggest problem. It's like going to a mechanic and asking him to repair your Apollo and him failing and saying, no, but if you bring a Mercedes-Benz here or a Porsche, I'll be able to repair it quickly. It's surprising. I'm not sure whether I'm giving a very good example, but to us, it's something like that, and we don't agree with them. That's why we have upped our standards by going to an industrial and research organization, which is of very high standard to see if they can do something for us. On the issue of Vulindlela, the chairperson has also asked if we can give you the report. Chairperson will give you, actually, it's already on our website. If you go on our website now, you'll find the Vulindlela report, the recommendations and the implementation plan, because we have accepted most of those implementation plan, including Honorable Ruos, what we have raised about scarce skill of academics and professors who are now forced to register with a professional body, because that's one of the requirements. Now that has been done away with. Honorable Ruos will be happy. If you go to our website, you'll find it on Vulindlela. That is a recommendation and we have accepted it. What we are doing now is to working on internal mechanisms in the form of a memo, which will come to me and I'll approve to remove it as one of the requirements. And we believe the professors we are talking about will easily enter the country through scarce skills without being troubled by that issue. Chairperson, I think I've answered most of the questions, if I'm not mistaken.
No, thank you, Minister.
I don't think I've left anything behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and your team. And thanks, honorable members, for engaging with the presentation. We note the progress, as we've indicated, Minister, with the work that have been made and the oversight conducted by this committee. And I think we can identify progress on the areas that we've conducted oversight, but also on the decision we've been taking in our deliberation in previous committees that the department has taken into planning and also has demonstrated in the action plan of the department. We really appreciate that work. And where there are weaknesses, Minister, in terms of non-achieved targets, collectively, we may need to zoom in and with your plans that the DG and all the DDGs have demonstrated in terms of their responses. The committee take note of that. Will follow up within your time frame that you have indicated to the committee. And I want to thank you for that on that area. We're going to now allow the Auditor-General to give us a brief on the work of the institution, Home Affairs and Government Printing Works. And I think with the BMA, they will outline the frame of the presentation. Minister, with your team, you'll also allow to remain with us when the DG are going to deal with those issues. And members also will relate the report that we're presenting with the brief by the Auditor-General. Mr. Lufuno?
Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee, let me say once again, good morning. And thank you, Chair, for inviting us to come and engage with the committee on the work that we do in the Home Affairs portfolio. Today, as indicated, the presentation will be touching specifically on Home Affairs and also on the government printing works. Can I request that maybe I be given the power to present so that I can be able to navigate the presentation, if possible?
Yes, it's possible. Mr. Matonsi, can you assist?
Okay. Still disabled?
Yeah, now you're assisted, Mr. Rabonda. Yeah, you can proceed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's always important that we start by a reflection on the mission and the vision of the Auditor-General of South Africa, because this is what we, on a day-to-day basis, we always remind ourselves in terms of why do we even exist as an institution. And the biggest of that being that we exist to strengthen the country's democracy. And we do so through the various tools that we have, specifically coming from the audit work that we do. And we believe that as we strengthen, as we do our work effectively and strengthen this country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance, we'll be able to build a public confidence that indeed our democracy is working. And by doing so, we also wish to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances that public accountability. And this year, Chair, we have had a reflection on this mandate that we have versus what we see on the ground in terms of the culture and the picture that we see in government. Is there something that we can do differently? And that reflection started by looking back into what the Constitution says about what the government needs to do and also what the Auditor-General of South Africa needs to do. Chapter 3 of the Constitution, in section 42(1), specifically says all government or all organs of state must secure the well-being of the people of the Republic. And that was also reiterated again in terms of in the same section, which says all organs of state must provide efficient, transparent, accountable, and coherent government for the Republic as a whole. And when we look at that which government is formed to do or to deliver versus which work the AGSA is formed to deliver in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution, it says the AGSA must strengthen the country's democracy in the Republic, in the Republic. And that's when we then say we need to marry the role of the AGSA with what government has been formed to do. And then we then look at the amended Public Audit Act of 2019. We do note that the Auditor-General have got the power to perform appropriate audit to determine whether appropriate and adequate measures have been implemented to ensure that the resources are procured economically and utilized efficiently and effectively. And we are also given the power to take any appropriate remedial action. And where those do not work, we have got the power to issue certificate of debt. And when we look at all these things and the primary mandate of doing the audit and marrying back to what government has been formed to do, we then came up with a new strategy that defines the path for the Auditor-General of South Africa towards 2030. That is the alignment between the National Development Plan and the role of the AGSA. And that strategy, we call it the Culture Shift 2030 strategy. In this strategy, we've got an aspiration, Chair, that we aspire to have a more direct, stronger, and consistent impact on improving the lives of the ordinary South Africans by helping to improve the public sector culture through insights, influence, and enforcement. Success in this regard does not only rest in our ability to fulfill our mandate, but also on the extent to which we are able to mobilize and bring the collective influence of the accountability ecosystem to drive a positive change. Chair, here we are taking deliberate steps as a chapter institution, as an audit office, to say government is formed to take care of the well-being of the people. Our audits, therefore, should not be too far from that in terms of what we bring out of the audits. We must have reflection in terms of what are really the lived experiences of the citizens and marrying those to what the audit observation that we will bring out. So, in that, our measure of success in that we say, currently we see there are a lot of organs of state that we have seen that they are in what we call the danger zone. So we call this picture that I've showed here the culture shift continuum. We've got a lot of audits that the audited come and the achievement of mandates, it's sitting in the red where they are doing harm, they're doing nothing, and the others are just doing the basics. And our measure of success will be if we are able to move a critical mass of these organs of state towards the right, towards the green, where they move from doing harm to doing good. And we can say by 2030, if we're able to achieve that, where the critical mass of our auditees are moved to doing good, we would have achieved this particular aspiration. We don't do it alone. We can't achieve it alone, and we need to influence and mobilize the accountability ecosystem. But the accountability ecosystem will mean everybody who has a role to play in a delivery of particular service. They must be doing their part. It starts with an employee who is employed to be able to turn on water. It starts with an employee in Home Affairs who's employed to be able to process an ID application, goes to the leadership within the organization, the executive authority, and all the other oversight structures outside the organization, including Parliament and other institutions. All the structures, if everyone can then just play their role, you will be able to change the culture of how things are done. In conclusion, Chair, in terms of the strategy, we know that this is a very ambitious target or ambitious target that we've set ourselves, but it's a noble one, it's a noble ambition, and its implementation will be challenging. We are very much aware of that. Throughout this journey, though, we will continue to provide the citizens and the public sector players with the products and services that we are known for, but in a better way and with higher purpose and intensity. So we're not changing the audit reports. We'll still be able to issue the audit reports. We'll still be able to engage with parliamentary structures in terms of providing all the insights that are needed. We are changing the intensity and the quality of what we offer so that we'll be able to align with the lived experience of the people and have this positive change that we are aspiring for. We thought, Chair, we must start here by introducing the mandate of the AGSA and the strategy that we have adopted going forward. Coming into the portfolio itself, Chair, just a reminder that from our side, we look at the Home Affairs portfolio as a whole, which includes the department, the government printing works, and the newly formed Border Management Authority, and the Independent Electoral Commission. Today, we start by just a reflection on last year in October when we came to engage with the portfolio committee around the outcome. What was the picture? That when we paint the picture going forward, we have this as the base. And you will see that this picture, as we put it, Chair, it was starting from the first year of the current administration, which was the 2018-2019 financial year. With this current administration, what did they inherit? And we do so deliberately knowing, Chair, that now we're in the time where the portfolio committees are already starting with the process of compiling the legacy reports. And this now is sort of the legacy within this portfolio to say, since 2018-2019, what has been the shift? And we're indicating that since the 2018-2019 financial year, we have had one organ of state within this portfolio that has improved the audit outcome, that is IEC, that has increased from qualified with findings to unqualified with no finding, which we term clean audit. We have also had a regression from on government printing works, which regress from a qualified opinion to a disclaimer, as where we currently sit, noting that the audit outcome for government printing works for the latest available financial year, which is the 2021-22, are still outstanding. And then this is where, Chair, I will just pause a little bit and invite your colleague, Musa Chabete, just to talk to the issues at government printing works as far as it relates to the outstanding audits and what we found in the previous year as well. Let me just pause here. Musa.
Thank you, man. And greetings to all the members. Greetings to you, Chairperson, Minister, and all protocol observed. I think on this we would like just first to reiterate that we are currently auditing the 2022 financial year for government printing works. We are anticipating to conclude that audit by the end of this month, and the government printing works has also promised us that by the end of this month, they will give us the new set of the financial statement for the 2022-2023 year. So in this regard, we are expecting that as soon as we conclude the audit of the 2022, we restart again the one for 2023. So we will not stop. So we'll continue with them up until we finish auditing both financial years. So we want to remind the committee members again that government printing works did experience the data loss in 2021. It also occurred that they lost data in 2022 as a result of this system crash that would have occurred. So the trick with this incident is that it affects them in terms of having to be able to retrieve financial information and having to report on it. We thought we will give you more insight around the IT issues. We still, as we are observing during the audit of 2022, observing that they still require interventions. You will recall that as a result of the critical data center controls that were not functioning, which including the effective regular maintenance of the UPS, that would have protected government printing work infrastructure from the power surge that resulted into the data loss. Then they lost a lot of data there. So in the current year, what we are observing is that as we audit, that management was not always able to provide us in terms of when we ask IT related questions information timely. It tells us that there is inadequate record keeping, as well as lack of implementation of the items that we had raised in the prior year. So we are concerned. We were really concerned about them keeping records of the IT-related processes that they've undergone through. And amongst other challenges that they had experienced in 2021-2022, we recall that the first system crash had occurred in February 2021. It means the year 2021-2022, it started when GPW did not have a financial system. And that meaning there were a number of challenges that they had experienced during that year, which includes the business operation, as well as the issue of around employees having to work when the system is not available there. What we are observing, and as part of the audit of 2022, is that they are still struggling to retrieve certain information on the financial statement, but it is also informed mainly by the prior year information that would have been lost there. Usually when it comes to the financial statement, you roll forward the information that you would have in the previous year and then come back with it in the current year so that it can form the basis of the new financial statements. So in this regard, we did observe that they are still struggling to support a couple of information that is coming through from the prior year. One of the critical concerns that management has been struggling to deal with, and which was expected of them when they had a system downtime, it was about how they would control the data when the system was down. That is critical because now when we are auditing, we are asking questions about to say, then when the system was resuscitated and it became live, what were the controls that were put in place to ensure that the system records information that is accurate and that information that is on the system now, that is coming from the sources that you're using outside the system, is credible? We are experiencing a couple of challenges when it comes to that. We have done some tests and then it does tell us that they did not implement sufficiently the controls around the information that was outside the system, in a sense that we would find exceptions where they give us a list, say an Excel spreadsheet or a database, which says this is what we had kept outside. So we want to see whether what was kept outside was actually recorded on the system. And those exceptions does tell us that there are still some challenges with the system, with the process that they had followed to recapture the information on the system, so that when they are presenting now, the financial information on the system is actually credible. We also observed that while they had resuscitated the system and it became live, it seems to have brought certain data that were old, meaning we are concerned about data cleansing. So because now what we are experiencing is you will find that they are processing corrections or reversing of these entries as part of the financial statement, which we are saying, look, it might not be an ideal process. So it tells us that there is when the system was brought into life, it still had old data that should have been cleaned before it can be used. So there we are experiencing some challenges again. And that is one of the things that makes us to be delayed a bit when we want to conclude the audit, because our principles allows us or ask us to consider alternatives. And when those alternatives don't work, then yes, we do conclude. But we're still experiencing that there are still some concerns around the system, which then we are expecting management as they go forward, they improve it. We are hopeful that the 2023 will be much more better. Yes, management has acknowledged that there are certain areas that really cannot be solved overnight. It takes some time. Hence, they are still trying to make sure that all their processes that were operating before are operating as intended. I think I want to stop here. We will update later on around some tests that we had performed, but I'll stop here. The detailed findings around the IT will also be included on our final management report that we will do when we have concluded this audit. Thank you, Chair. You can continue from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mungsa, and through Chair, I can then continue with the presentation. Now we just want to also have a recap on what we shared with the Portfolio Committee last year when we did the PRR session regarding the performance of the portfolio. And this picture, as we shared last year, we're indicating, starting with the fact that the performance reports that were submitted to us for auditing for 21-22 financial year, the IEC one, we identified no material misstatements, so it was green as it came, it left as green. For Home Affairs, there were material findings that were identified, but through the audit process, management managed to correct those misstatements, and we can say that what was then published as the final performance report, we could put our stamp on it. And then just also as a reminder, as we indicated, that we're trying to align in terms of also the legacy of the current administration. In 2019, government did adopt or set targets for themselves in terms of what they want to achieve through the medium-term strategic framework. And here we're highlighting some of the key strategic targets that they set for themselves, specifically for both Home Affairs and also IEC. And this is important to highlight this target so that as the new plans are being approved for 22-23, so 23-24 financial year, there is always a reflection on what is it that we had set for ourselves under this administration. Have we achieved that, and what needs to be done for us to achieve it before the end of the administration? So for Home Affairs, there were targets around the implementation of the ABIS, implementation of the Border Management Authority, and also the implementation of the biometric movement control system. And then when we look at the performance of the previous year, 2022, IEC managed to achieve 25% of their performance of their plan targets, while Home Affairs achieved 69% of their planned targets. Some of the targets that were not achieved, some of them related to the modernization project. So talking to the BMCS, the ABs, and also the e-visa system, and also targets relating to the implementation of the Border Management Agency. But please to note from the presentation that was given by the DG and his team that there have been progress that has been made specifically around the BMA, and we are looking forward as to receiving the performance report for the audit so that we can confirm those achievements. So these slides are just listing the specific targets that were not achieved. I will not go too much into detail in this regard because now this has been overtaken by the update that has been given by the department. So we would not want to confuse the old message with the new one. So we are hoping that there have been progress in terms of all these ones that were not been achieved. However, it is important that we do dwell a little bit on the matter that we had found last time on the ICT environment. And we, for both Home Affairs and also for the government printing works. So for Home Affairs, we had looked at three systems, the implementation of the three systems, the e-visa, the biometric movement control system, and also the automated biometric system. And we identified that there were a lot of significant control deficiencies that were identified regarding the effectiveness of the internal controls as far as it relates to the e-visa and the BMCS. These systems were deployed into productions without user acceptance sign-off and no user acceptance testing that was done. Well, we hope that this would have been corrected in the last 12 months. The system design was also not in line with the business requirements. And then also there were no processing of fingerprints analysis cases of travelers captured at the port of entries. This is with regard to the BMCS. Another key matter that we want to highlight is the fact that the modernization project, these projects, they are appearing to have similar significant control deficiencies as the legacy systems. And if these issues are not rectified or are not addressed, then there will be no progress in terms of the challenges that the department has been experiencing over the IT control environment, because the department will still be exposed to the current risk as if these systems are not operating as intended. So another issue was the fact that both the e-visa and the BMCS were rolled into an infrastructure that was not secure. So it was similar to what has been with the legacy systems. So these are some of the challenges that we had highlighted in the previous year. And as we do the current audit, we'll be following up on whether there have been progress in this. Around the ABIS, we did highlight the delays with the phase 1 and also the fact that phase 2 at that point was not progressing as well. So we did get the update now from the department. We'll also follow up on that progress. But with that update that was given, it is still confirming that this project is still significantly behind the schedule that had been planned. And we just want to reiterate the message that was given last time that this is a project of national importance. And the project needs to be saved and closely monitored by all assurance providers to ensure the adequate project management, that the project is seen to finality, and that the set deadlines are complied with to avoid losses. With the speed at which the information system technology is progressing, management should assess if technology being implemented for ABS is still relevant. It has been a lot of years since the project was conceptualized. The IT softwares and the related components that were part of that concept, it's not clear whether they're still relevant in the current stage. And it's important that as the department is currently rectifying or remedying the delays, that they also still look at the component that we're putting to these systems. Are they still relevant in the current IT environment? Because IT change environment moves very fast. I believe that I am preaching to the converted in this regard. But a concern that came now is with regard to the new vacancies that has been noted now from the morning briefing, that we are going a little bit back in terms of the governance, that still don't have enough capacity in the department. And, this makes us to reiterate on the message that we shared last time when we met with the committee to say the IT governance structures were effective last year when we reviewed them for the period under review. However, there was no, the IT strategy that was governing the IT projects of the Home Affairs were still in draft. And this means that the IT initiatives to support business objectives and to ensure alignment with the Home Affairs business processes were not sufficiently managed because there was not a strategy that was directing or giving direction on the management of such initiatives. This would have also resulted in key initiatives being executed outside of a combined and coherent program that is aligned to a detailed assessment of Home Affairs as is to be required. This includes initiatives such as the modernization project, the Enterprise Operations Center, software-defined networking, consolidation of access links to per province, power supply continuity to Home Affairs facilities, and other related IT services. So we have not had a follow-up on whether this IT strategy and enterprise architecture have been approved. We'll follow up on those as we progress with the audit. And then I will pause here, Chair, and then invite Ritsibile from our IT audit to also give an update also on some of the vulnerability tests that were conducted at Government Printing Works and the findings there. Ritsibile?
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson, morning, Minister, and all protocols observed. So the slide here talks to the internal vulnerabilities and external vulnerabilities that we have highlighted when we did the penetration testing at GPW. So the previous year's findings that were identified in the cyber security space or the network space remain unresolved. So we found that there were insufficient patch management, weak firewall management processes, and importantly, inadequate intrusion detection mechanisms, which for us, it's a concern, especially with what had happened with the server crashes. And when we know these vulnerabilities, they expose the systems and data to cyber threats, and it's something that the department needs to look into. So the number of vulnerabilities that we have identified were mainly from outdated software, outdated infrastructure, misconfigured services, and if these vulnerabilities are exploited, it can be an issue for the department where it can result in a cyber breach or an attack. So I just wanted to speak at a high level on the vulnerabilities that we have identified. Thanks, Phumlani.
Thank you very much, Ritsibele. Chair, you invited us to come and talk about the performance of the department. We have done a review of the draft annual performance plan for both the Department of Home Affairs and the Border Management Agency for the 23-24 financial year. We want to also highlight that we did not do this job on ourselves. We partnered with the internal audit function of the Department of Home Affairs, where we split the work among ourselves to say which program would they review, which program do we review, because internal audit is a very important partner in the work that we do and also an important internal assurance provider. So in terms of the Home Affairs, we reviewed the program on citizens affairs and all the indicators that we've reviewed and the related targets. We did not have any observation or adverse findings in terms of how the compliance of the indicators, and whether the indicators and related targets were properly defined and measurable. So we do commend the department in terms of being able to plan effectively in terms of what they set for themselves as targets and related indicators. For the Border Management Agency, noting that this was the first time for them to put together a performance plan, there were a few areas where we have identified. My apologies, Chair. There were a few areas where we had identified weaknesses in terms of how the indicators or the targets were defined in terms of the SMART principle. And then a majority of those had been corrected. There are just a few of them that were not corrected. So just to indicate which ones we found to be deficient, the one around the NTC, establishment of the NTC, we noted that this was not SMART, but management has also corrected that technical indicator description, and the finding has been resolved. There was also an indicator around the number of additional CCPs that have been established, and we communicated this to management, and no changes were made on this one, but the finding remains an internal control deficiency. It's not a material finding in this one, in terms of how the finding has been defined. Sorry, the target has been defined. There was also an indicator in terms of the percentage of pre-booked sites consignments that go through the port of entries. This one talks to the movement of endangered species through our port of entries. And we are of the view that how the target has been defined, including the numerator and the denominator, does not clearly define align with the SMART principles. And management did revise the event description, but we still of the view that the target is not set in such a way that the required level of performance can be clearly identified and measured. So, of course, the target says that 100% of pre-booked sites consignment go through the port of entries are endorsed. And you're talking about a measure that's supposed to prevent the illegal movement of endangered species. So how this 100% is determined is still not clear for us. That's why we indicated that the finding will remain. And then other one where there was a finding was on percentage of cooperation and coordination with other organs of state around the border and the border communities per year. And then this one was the finding was corrected, and we are of the view that the final target and indicator are properly defined. So we are recommending that as part of setting up the structures to operationalize the BMA, it is important to already get the basics right from the start. This includes ensuring that the entity has appropriate capacity, skills, and processes for effective strategic planning and performance planning. Because these are the things that if we don't get them right in the first instance, it will be difficult to play correcting as we move forward, because as we incrementally operationalize this agency, it will be difficult to correct things that are already there while we're implementing new things. So we are proposing that the BME management must focus also on ensuring that there is enough skills and competence for them to implement proper planning. And we say management should prepare the annual performance plan in accordance with the DPME revised framework for strategic planning and the annual performance plan to ensure that the indicators and targets meet the specified criteria. Just moving into the last part of our presentation is the material irregularities. This attached to the additional powers that were given to the AGSA to deal with material irregularities starting from 2019. So we have implemented this within the Home Affairs portfolio at all the agencies, Home Affairs, BMA, and the Home Affairs, GPW, and also IEC. And so far, we have not identified or notified any MIs, noting that the audits are still in progress. Thank you very much. This is the message that we're prepared to share with you and the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mondo, Rabonda, and your team for detailed report. I think is good that it flows after we've just received the report from presentation from the Home Affairs Department. I think we must also applaud your continuous good work to assist Parliament to conduct oversight in terms of the governance and the financial status of the entities we are responsible for. Members, I'm going to invite you to comment, raise issues, and I think where there are direct matters to be referred, now that the Minister and the DG are here, will also take interest in terms of their comments on certain areas that we'll be dealing with. I'll invite Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Techana, Honorable Molekwa, Honorable Pillay, Honorable Tito, Honorable Khwase. Honorable Van der Merwe has indicated she will leave due to the budget vote she's attending. But if she's still here, she'll comment on Bruce, Honorable Bongane. In that order, Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we note the presentation and we welcome it as well, and we are noting the recommendations that are in the presentation. I just have, I think, a few clarity-seeking questions. When it comes to the matter of GPW, what I would like to know is what will happen now that the AG has indicated that they have not received the data that we all know that was lost. That was the data for February 2021. Though I also understand that they are busy with the audit for 2022 and have indicated that they will finalize it by the end of this month. And what I've also noted, Chairperson, during the presentation is that on the recommendations, there are issues that have been flagged previously. And it looks like every time when there's an audit that is taking place, the same issues, they arise again. Maybe if we can get clarity in terms of why has these issues not been addressed and why do they always keep coming up again? And I also note that the recommendations where remedial actions need to be taken, they are indicated, but there are no timeframes attached to it. I'm not sure how can we actually go about attaching timeframes so that we can be able to also follow up on these issues to also check if they've been addressed, in order to avoid them to always keep on being raised in each and every year when we are getting these kind of reports. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khanyile. I'm not sure that Honorable Tejana has managed to join.
No, Chair, good morning. I've been here. Chair. No, I'm having a maiden speech tomorrow. I think I won't comment today. I will comment tomorrow when I deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tejana. Honorable Maleko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And also appreciate the presentation by the Office of the Auditor-General. Chairperson, you note most of the challenges faced by our entities as presented in the AG's report. And Chairperson, we hope that the DG will take all issues up with the entities that are affected by the report and make sure that all those issues that are raised are being attended to, Chairperson. We also want to take the note of the report and hope that in the next report we'll make sure that the AG, the AG has also attended to those issues with regard to the entities, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, we also note the report, but I think at the start of our meeting, we were talking about that recommendation of the committee in respect of SCOPA. And I think that the time has come that we have to have a time frame for that. We absolutely have to, particularly because of these audit queries and data that we're not going to be able to retrieve. I think we come every year and we say, are you going to be ready for the AG? And we can't be having that. And I think, we might even finish our term in Parliament and we'll be looking bad if we've not been able to provide this oversight on GPW. So, Chair, that's what I would submit, that we need to have a time frame on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pile. Honorable Tito. Honorable Lokwasa.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm sorry for earlier. I was affected by the load shedding, so I was in and out of the meeting. Chair, I wouldn't agree with you more. Mine will not be questions, but just like to note and say, truly, indeed, the Auditor General keeps us on our toes, and it's paving a way for both the department and the portfolio committee to know exactly where we are heading in the work that we are supposed to do. And also this must to us be a tool that we use. This report must be a tool that we use to measure our performance and how far we can push both as the committee and as the department. So mine is just to say thank you for the presentation. And I think with all the challenges and everything that is noted on the report, the department will really work hard and make sure that we eliminate some of the negatives that appears on the report and improve on what we can do best, both as the committee and as the portfolio and the department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khase. Honorable Van der Merwe, if you have not logged off. Okay, on Mruas.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the AG for the presentation. Chair, I think, unfortunately, there's not a heck of a lot of surprises in this report. And it's almost like a replay of various committee meetings that we've had over and over and over again. We highlight the fact about, are you doing vulnerability assessments? Do you have your operating systems up to date? Are these things in place? We call for the annual performance plans. We're assured that there are 17 committees and they're doing it and they're doing the work. And really, I think, if you look at GPW, for example, I don't think we can be surprised, Chairperson. We had a situation where we hired a CEO that didn't meet the financial management education or experience requirements for the role. And then we now expect that that person will be able, as an accounting officer, will be able to put in the right governance structures on that. And so my question to the AG, and I don't know if it's in your scope to answer, are there certain capabilities in the Department of Home Affairs, GPW, IEC, that are just not there, that are necessary, that can perhaps help us to make a recommendation in that regard? Because it has got to be. We've highlighted this over and over and over. So, and we're assured that things are getting done, so then they're not getting done. So either it's a matter of not willingness or not able. So I just want to understand, do these departments have the capabilities to resolve these issues within the department? And if not, what are the capabilities that are missing where we need to try and fill the gaps? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Honorable Bongani Bongo.
Thank you, Chair. I think we note the report. Like I said, I was on load shed. I did not hear a lot of this report. So I just got back into the meeting now, but we'll read the report and note it, and hoping that the entities themselves are noting the matters and there are remedial actions around the red flags that the AG is raising on certain aspects. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, members, for your contributions. And there are two issues the AG progress around recommendation of the ministerial review panel. And in the last interaction on this matter of the AG, and also of the GPW, there was an affirmation that the AG, National Treasury, and the Home Affairs have jointly, in an effort to deal or work around this matter in relation to loss of data. But I think members of the committee should also applaud themselves now that we, in the past 2 years, we had challenges in that institution, and we've conducted oversight, as I've highlighted earlier, governance instability in no relations with stakeholders, including unions. And I think we've contributed as a committee to make sure that at least there's a stability which we can confirm given the reports that we've been receiving. The only area I think which the committee has concerned on, and we've also taken a posture to refer the matter for further in terms of the committees that are within the institution of Parliament, which is COPA, to look details on that area of the loss of data. So I wanted to get an understanding from what is the progress around that, and then I'll give also the minister to comment around that as the direct liaison between himself and the government printing works. General Rotondo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think the question that you have asked right now, it links to the question that was also asked by Honorable Kanyele around what will happen now that we are not getting the data. So I think the answer to that is twofold. The first thing is from what our IT auditors have just briefed, indicate that really the systems have not really been improved in GPW, and that needs to be done. That's the starting point. They still need to get to a point where we can say our IT environment has been stabilized, our systems has been stabilized, and from a particular point in time moving forward, the data credibility can be confirmed and it's fine. So from what has been presented now by both Bongumusa, my colleague, and also from the it indicates that there appears to be ongoing issues that are affecting even current data moving forward, and we need to address that. Then while we do then agree, have a solution for the current data, then there is an accounting question in terms of what is the implication now, or account implication, or how do we account for the historical data that cannot be resurrected? And that is where we came in at the request of the minister, did write to the AG, requesting assent from the AGSA, where we did engage with GPW, the CEO, we engaged with the Office of the Auditor-General. From that meeting, we agreed that National Treasury, through the Auditor-General's office, as the custodian of the accounting reporting frameworks and the regulatory guidance, they need to proactively give guidance and support to GPW on how to account for historical data that they cannot identify, they don't have. And we will then come in as the AGSA to review that guidance and be able to make input on it in terms of making sure that it is still guidance that is credible and guidance that is not going to distort representation of the figures and things like those. So we have given the space to the National Treasury to conduct that particular exercise. We understand there have been ongoing engagements between the GPW and also the National Treasury in terms of that particular process. So that is on that one, but we cannot really put a lot of weight on that particular process if we are not strengthening the systems as they are, because we'll have an accounting solution for the data that have been lost, but then we'll keep losing data. We'll still sit with data that is not credible. So that is the answer to that, Chair. And then I will also invite at the end when I'm done, invite my colleague Bong Musa again, and also Nomtandazo, to just give an update on that if there were more information in terms of that engagement with the National Treasury or their work with the National Treasury. Then also progress on the implementation of the Ministerial Review Panel. This is some of the matters that was tracking as part of the ongoing audit, and our observation in terms of whether they've implemented the majority of those things, we'll be able to put them in the report when we finalize the audit. So we do not have credible information that we can share with the committee right now in terms of the implementation of the Ministerial Review Panel report. And then going back to Honorable Kanyile's questions again, she asked about repeat findings. We keep reporting the same things, and what are we doing about that? And also linking with the last question around the timeline to the recommendations. So we starting with the question about the repeat findings. So what we presented today was a reminder of what we said when we came to the police committee in October last year, and was all these matters that we had said in the last year. We are repeating them so that we can indicate that we haven't forgotten what we've said. And as part of the current audits, we'll be following up on that to see what have the department done to remedy the situations. When nothing has been done, we'll then look at the tools and the mechanism that at our disposal to say, how do we then report on that, from number one, from an audit process point of view, number two, from an oversight and accountability point of view, to say, if you have not done anything about what we've told you to do previously, what do we tell? And how do we ensure that there's accountability for that? So those are the things that we'll do as we follow up in the current audit on all those things that we have raised. And then in terms of the timelines, we are, let me first appreciate that, Honorable Kanyile, in terms as a validating input in terms of how we do our work as well. Because we have seen that over the time, we would give recommendations, and sometimes the recommendations get implemented, sometimes they don't get implemented. So on a regular basis, we continuously review on how best can we put together this recommendation in a manner that they are value-adding and they are implementable. We would normally give the recommendation and engage with the accounting officer or the DG for them to say, this is what we're going to put together as an audit action plan. And the timelines will normally be in the audit action plan. But as what we've identified, that it's very important that even for us to give the recommendation, we need to put a bit of a recommendation to say, we propose that we do this particular date. So there's two forms of recommendation. There are normal recommendations that we give as part of the normal audit, and there are recommendations that we give as part of the material regulatory process. Those ones, they are legalized, and there's also timeframes and there's specific actions that we put on those ones. So those ones we are fine. There is the one that are outside of the MI process that we still need to make sure that we improve around them. Thank you, Chair. Let me verse through you, invite Nomthandazo and Vumsa just to reflect also on the progress around the engagement with National Treasury. Nomthandazo.
Thank you so much for that, and good morning, good afternoon to the Chair and to the honourable members. You've covered us adequately on the matters that have been raised with regards to the engagements with National Treasury. I've got nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nomthandazo. Thank you, Chair. Let me then hand over back to you. And sorry, Chair, and thank you very much to all the members that have commended us for the work that we're doing. It's always pleasing to know that we're still relevant. Thank you.
Maybe if you don't mind, may I just add one point?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, sorry, through you, Chair. Just a quick one on the National Treasury matter. During the engagement with HW, we did note that there is response in terms of NT coming in to respond to certain questions that they had asked around the technicalities. I was informed last week that they are trying to have a meeting, I think next week with National Treasury, so that they can confirm what are the certain areas they can accommodate them. Amongst others, it is that GPW applied for a certain exemption in certain aspect. And now that GPW wants to submit the financial statement by the end of this month, they must get a proper confirmation whether they are getting an exemption or whether they continue to prepare the financial statement as they are, or they are getting any further assistance from National Treasury. That area remains one of those concerns, because when I spoke to the CEO, she was still concerned about the speed which they are receiving to get the assistance. We hope that will improve. But when it comes to the matters of IT, I think it will be of interest that we continue to be appraised around what are the matters that are recurring, what are the measures that are being taken. But of importance is the issue around capacity. And we know that GPW is an entity, and it is expected of them that they rectify these matters. But with a nature of the incident like this one, it is unlikely that internally they would have full resources to respond to the matter. Hence, the procurement of the external capabilities are expected. I know that process is underway, including them looking into the new ERP system. The hope is that they speedily procure those capabilities so that they can be able to return to the normalities. At the moment, some of the number of factors that they need to have to be able to respond to the challenge they have not yet procured, but they need to speedily move. And if department was to assist them in terms of dealing with some of the IT issues that they are struggling to resolve with speed, it will assist for this entity to move better into the better situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Musa. Honorable Chair, just one last thing that I forgot to answer, the question from Honorable Rose around are there any capabilities that are missing at GPW and the Home Affairs? We have not done that exercise, Honorable Rose, so we won't be able to give a reliable answer in terms of the capabilities of the people sitting in those chairs. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Team AG, for your responses. Minister, can you invite your as a closing remark, the issues raised related?
Yeah, Chairperson, I'm not sure. Thank you very much. I thought the CFO of Government Printing Works is here. I would like him to comment first before I come in, because I'm aware that some of the issues that were raised, something is happening about them. Can I ask Mr. Ian van der Merwe to please comment?
Yes, CFO.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I think mostly what was raised is correct. Our biggest issue, as I said many times, is that the matter is going to be the restated numbers going backwards. So having had this loss, obviously we had to do alternative procedures, but they were always going to be risky procedures. And with that subsequent loss in March, we basically put back quite a bit. The exemption request has gone through the Treasury, about 3 of them now. An exemption is basically to do with GRAP 3 and providing corresponding numbers. And if we can get that exemption, I'm not sure, I'm not saying it's going to be maybe a 1 year cleanup, but at least it will take us somewhere so that I can start putting comparative numbers going forward. The issue was raised about data cleansing, which is important. Unfortunately, it is so that some of the, when the systems were restored, some data sort of came back, and we were through a inventory count and through an asset count, physical counts, trying to also deal with that matter. So it might be that there would be accounting entries there that would be related to cleansing that data. The alternative procedures were put in place. They were tested to some extent, but the completeness, I think, is going to be the issue for us. So unless we do get some assistance or some exemption going forward, this disclaimer matter might sit with us for quite a while, because the AGSA will always go back to the opening balances, for which we effectively haven't got the general ledger or the supporting schedules. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Well, Chair, we also appreciate the Auditor General, and as you are aware, we always refer to the issues raised by the Auditor General to see whether we are advancing. The Auditor General Office is our sensor of whether we're going in the right direction or not. We very much appreciate, and we will look into the issues. Chair, I'm sure you are aware that all these issues emerged from one disaster that befell the government printing works, which made me even to go to report to the president about what has happened there, which led to that panel which investigated. And I'm sure you are aware that you can trace lots of things in that direction. And as far as I know, we are working around the clock to try and deal with the recommendations of that committee, including looking for expertise outside, because yes, the collapse of the system there were caused by the fact that there was no expertise, and you are aware that processes are afoot about some of the the people who caused that collapse. So we will definitely work around the clock, because we also want this issue to come to an end, because it can't be that every time when we meet, the issue that happened during that time is still with us and is staying with us forever. We have to find a way to bring closure to it. Chairperson, may I just humbly ask, because the Auditor General's office is very important and their reports are very important records that will stay forever in government records, can I humbly ask them to really look at the issue of border, because the border they've put there is about the student who is staying in a hostel, whereas on border guard, they put the correct border, being a line of demarcation. But I saw it in most of the reports. I'm just humbly asking, because I can't ignore it, having noticed it, because these are very important records that will stay forever. Thank you very much.
Is it noted, Rabonda?
If noted, the Chair, we will correct and then send through the corrected report to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Minister, and thanks for the CFO of Government Printing Works. And we've noted the report. The committee will interface with the issues that I've identified. Will then interact with the Government Printing Works and the Home Affairs on how we jointly assist each other to make sure that but most of the interest, I think members, we've taken more interest on the area of the loss of data. And we'll follow up, Minister, on the review, panel review recommendations. And we think that also yourself, Minister, and the team, you must ground focus around those recommendations so that we're able to assist that institution. Honorable members, I want to thank you for taking note of the contributions, the reports presented by the Director General and the DDGs. Thanks the Deputy Minister and the Minister for having always interfacing with the Portfolio Committee. And also want to appreciate the continuous good work you've demonstrated, and where weaknesses have been identified by the committee, you've been able to accept, but also respond in terms of the action plans that the AG, we always interact with yourselves, and we want to appreciate the good work that you continuously demonstrate in assisting the committees including Home Affairs. At this moment, we're going to stand off this item. I will invite Mr. Matonsi if there's any announcement you want to communicate.
Yes, Chairperson, in terms of what the committee resolved last week about meeting on Friday, I've submitted an application for the committee to meet on Friday to deal with the issue of the constitutional amendments to the electoral amendment bill. In the last meeting, the minister did make a presentation, and then the committee indicated that no, they wanted members to consult with their caucuses. So we are waiting for the approval of that meeting for Friday from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Thanks.
Okay. No, thanks, members. I think that is our decision that we've taken to have a next day in a week, which is Friday, to deliberate on the consequential amendments, and also with the IEC on the issues that we're presenting before the committee. We'll then communicate once the chair of chairs has approved the application, by the meetings standing on Friday to deal with these other issues that we have to deal with. At this moment, I want to thank all in attendance, and our meeting stand adjourned.